Assess, align, accelerate. These are going to be the three determining points for JSS Academy of Higher Education Mysore to welcome the 2021 with great enthusiasm. The post-COVID world in 2021 is going to be different. So there's a need for assessing what the world wants and how we have to respond to it. Next would be to align with the expectations of the world. And once we have done that, JS Academy of Higher Education Research is not going to wait for anyone, and it is just going to accelerate and provide the best of best education to the students and make sure that every student who graduates from JSS is going to choose his career in the way he would like to have, and the world welcomes him with great enthusiasm.
COVID has posed a lot of challenges. At JSSHR, we are transforming challenges to opportunities, converting barriers to bridges, and innovating solutions in healthcare and life sciences to shape our future.
Our leaders, Vice Chancellor, Pro-Chancellor, Executive Secretary, Honorable Chancellor, His Holiness Swamiji, have a special vision for all of us for the year 2021. They want to see that our university transforms itself into a research-focused university as per the new education policy. It requires teamwork and smart work from all of us. So we all need to walk an extra mile to achieve this. I'm sure that we will all achieve this with teamwork, and as the university grows, we also will grow along with the university.
JSSHR has constantly strived for newer methodologies of teaching and learning. There will be a lot of innovations in teaching where we have to go to anytime, anywhere, teaching and learning.
It's really pretty because of its greenery it has been maintaining. The faculties are amazing here as they are very understanding. They provide great encouragement in whatever we do.
Proud to be a part of this prestigious university.
I feel proud to be a part of this academy which serves the society through its services and education. I would definitely recommend this subject and JSS Academy to my juniors and my friends. Good international student hostel.
Encourage any international student to join this college.
This is what I expected from my bachelor's life.
Faculty of Life Sciences, where all life sciences related programs at the undergraduate, postgraduate and research levels are provided.
A very good morning to all assembled here. On behalf of the organizing committee, JSS AHER, I, Dr. Raghuram Achar, cordially invite you to the two-day international webinar entitled The Career Catalyst, with an aim to plan, prepare, and prosper in life sciences. By offering our collective pranams to the lotus feet of His Holiness Jagadguru Dr. Sri Shivaratri Rajendra Mahaswamiji, the founder president of JSS Mahavidyapitha, and seeking the blessings of the present pontiff of Suturmat, His Holiness Jagadguru Sri Shivaratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji, the Honorable Chancellor of JSS EHR, let us begin the inaugural session. A famous verse from Bhagavad Gita, I quote, Tadvidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninas tattvadarshinaha is one of the very famous and interesting verses of Bhagavad Gita, which I would like to quote and recollect at this particular point. Interestingly, the second line of this particular verse is promoting the idea of seeking knowledge from people who have had self-realization as they have been in the path to attain, would epitomize the skills, the values, and the experience required to achieve a certain goal in a certain field. Keeping this in mind, and also keeping in mind the very first line of this particular shloka, let us try to get the best out of it. A very learned and successful panel is empowered in this webinar, and we would like to make the best use of it. Now, may I request our beloved Dean, FLS Director Research, Dr. Balasubramaniam S., to present the welcome address and provide the opening remarks of the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I am audible to Raghuram?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Raghuram Achar. I am good morning to all gathered. I offer my reverent pranams to Sutur Guru Brahma, Sri Sivaratri Sura, and seeking the blessings of His Holiness Jagadguru Sri Sivaratri Rajendra Mahaswamiji, and my humble pranams to the lotus feet of His Holiness Jagadguru Sri Sivaratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji. I am pleased to welcome the August gathering from India and abroad for the international webinar on the career catalyst, plan, prepare, and prosper in life science, organized by the Division of Biochemistry, School of Life Science, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research. It is relevant that such an event has been scheduled to disperse the knowledge and highlight the remarkable contribution to the field of life sciences by the renowned researchers and scientists, which favors the applications in many areas of our lives and lifestyles in particular. With the best for all deliberations and presentations planned by the researchers during these 2 days, and are at most relevant at a pandemic situation in terms of career sketch, future prospects in the field of life sciences. At the outset, the international webinar focus to gather leading academicians, scientists, and researchers to share their experience and hypotheses, professional goals, and professional avenues in various sectors of life sciences. I hope that this webinar sets as a platform to initiate interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary scientific approach to discuss the specific areas concerned, innovations, trends, and the limitations with the solutions in different sectors of science. I am sure the event be very informative and rewarding exchanges of scientific findings in these 2 days. I wish all successful deliberations in this webinar. I look forward to learning about the outcome. It is my duty to introduce about the Faculty of Life Sciences. The Faculty of Life Sciences was started in the year 2011 with 7 students and 1 postgraduate program that is MSc Environment Science. As on date, the Faculty of Life Sciences and Natural Science have 1,800 students with 12 postgraduate program, 6 undergraduate program, 1 PG diploma programs. In addition, the Faculty of Life Science also participates in the ODL and OEP program of JSSHR. Further, the Faculty of Life Science started an app campus at Ooty with the permission of University Grant Commission and conducting 3 postgraduate program, 6 undergraduate program. Regarding students diversity, we have students from North India, Northeastern region of India, that is Assam, Manipur and other places, and also outside India, especially from Africa and Southeast Asian countries. We have around 80 qualified UGC recognized faculty with PhD qualification, and all of them are getting the PhD scholars for their credit. As on date, 30 scholars awarded the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Faculty of Life Sciences, and 110 research scholars are registered for PhD as on date. I am grateful to all the experts for accepting the invitation to share their knowledge and also welcome all the participants. It is my pleasure to bid a cordial welcome to our Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Dr. B. Suresh, for the event. Welcome you, sir, on behalf of JSHR and Faculty of Life Science and Natural Science, the organizers of the event. I am delighted to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, JSHR, Dr. Surendra Singh. Welcome you, sir. But unfortunately, he is not able to join due to some personal commitment. I am honored to welcome our registrar, Dr. V. Manjunatha. Welcome you, sir. My pleasure to welcome the Professor and Head, Dr. Ravisha. Welcome you, sir. Finally, a warm welcome to all the gathered here. I welcome all the media and press bond for the event. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The organizing committee cordially welcomes you as well, sir. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Siddesha JM, organizing secretary of this webinar, to address the gathering and to tell us about the genesis and the motivation to conduct this particular webinar. Over to you, sir.
My humble pranams to the lotus feet of Mahaswamiji, seeking the blessings of His Holiness Jagadguru Shri Shivaratri Deshkendra Mahaswamiji. Ellarigu Shubhadina. A very good morning to the dignitaries, chief guests, invited speakers, and the attendees of this 2 days international webinar, the Career Catalyst Plan, Prepare and Prosper in Life Sciences, to be held today and tomorrow. I, Dr. Siddesha JM, Assistant Professor in Biochemistry, Faculty of Life Sciences, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru. First of all, we are grateful to Dr. B. Suresh, Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Surinder Singh, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Manjunatha B., Registrar, Dr. Balasubramaniam, Dean FLS and Director Research, Dr. Kushalappa, Director Academics, Dr. K. Ravisha, Head FLS, for their advices, constant help and support towards organizing this event. We also acknowledge the immense help and support from Dr. Ravindra, CIO, Mr. Dhananjay, and others in the IT department. We also acknowledge all the officers for their help and support. For many students and the parents, awareness on job opportunities for science is limited at pre-university education level. You can question yourself, how many of you knew and how did you understand the job opportunities at that stage in science? It is common that if you ask a student at that stage, the first answer would be doctor or engineer or nurse or a teacher. I understand that. However, it is important to know other opportunities and the importance of basic science for the growth and development at the global level. Thinking in this line, we, the Division of Biochemistry, Faculty of Life Sciences, JSS HER, Mysore, are organizing this webinar to answer one of the major questions of aspirants and graduates of life science education. That's what are the career opportunities in life sciences? There is an enormous dilemma among life science students when they are at different stages of their education and thereafter. This may either be due to lack of awareness or lack of proper guidance. This webinar would motivate, guide, and prepare the students to pursue their career either in academia, research, industry, or entrepreneurship in life sciences. The webinar is empowered with a panel of 12 speakers working in different sectors, academia, industry, research, and entrepreneurial setup. The speakers from India, Australia, Austria, United Kingdom, and USA will share their experience exploring their area of research and work and stressing upon the career planning. Speakers will throw light on the essential present day skill sets to be job ready, multiple career avenues, and promising opportunities in life sciences. The large numbers of registrations, around 1,600 from different parts of India, more than 10 states, and some are from abroad, including Philippines, Malaysia, USA, Nigeria, Turkey, China. For this webinar, acknowledge the need for such career planning events now and then. I believe that you all will have a great learning journey in these 2 days of webinar. I hope it will be fruitful to you and the society. Listen to the lectures and the experiences of young and talented speakers. Life sciences have many career opportunities which you will learn more about in these 2 days. I wish you all interact with speakers and exploit their knowledge for your good. Networking is the key in the present world. Hope you do it. Thank you. Have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I request all the panelists headed by our Pro-Chancellor, Dr. B. Suresh, and the chief guest of the webinar, Dr. B. Manjunatha, Registrar, to inaugurate the webinar virtually.
Thank you, Raghuram. I think it is a seeking the blessings of His Holiness Swamiji, Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Director Research, HOD, all the faculty and all the participants. I can see nearly 400 participants here and galaxy of experts assembled here. As is the custom, without making more time here, because you are all eager to listen to the guests. I would request all the participants to make use of this fully, because it is for you. So you can ask questions in the type your questions, and definitely they will, if not now, later, tomorrow or day after tomorrow, they will definitely be able to answer to those queries if the queries are too many. So I congratulate all of them, including Dr. Siddesh, GM, for their continuous efforts for organizing this webinar. Once again, I wish this webinar all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for providing the inaugural address. May I now request the president of the event, Dr. B. Suresha, Pro-Chancellor, to address the gathering with his presidential address.
Good morning to all who have joined us virtually today at this morning, when we are on the verge of entering into a second phase of lockdown from Monday. The world is challenged. We all are challenged. And I'm sure all of us are thinking, what next? And I think precisely this is what this virtual webinar is all for you, to think about what next. Dr. Balasubramanian, the Dean of Faculty of Life Sciences, Dr. Manjunatha, Registrar of our JS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Professor Ravisha, the head of the Life Sciences faculty, and all other colleagues from the JS Academy of Higher Education and Research, participants, prospective students, present students, all of wishing you all of you a very good morning at this moment. Today, as you open your newspaper, you are finding chaos everywhere. And I call this as a preventable chaos. And the very important aspect of science is to predict. It is not the prediction which we talk in astrology, but we talk the predictions of science. Science has got a particular pattern of leading. I was just reading today the Indian Express astrological quote which comes every day in the newspaper. I was reading that, and there is in the corner of that, it was written that every life in this world has come from the atom of the sun. The sun means, I mean, the solar, our sun, which is there in the out in the universe, there up there, that sun. So every atom which is there in the world has come from the sun. And similarly, they say that every atom which is there in our body, including our brain, there is a part of that sun. So as the astrological movement of the sun takes place, automatically the atom also has to respond in your body to that. So you can see science is trying to connect two different aspects of the physiology of your body and the way you function, or the way the life functions, with the how the astronomy of the universe is being discussed about. I am trying to convey by this point, not that you should believe that or not, it's not the issue. That what I am telling is that science is now transcending barriers. And it is moving towards that direction where the whole science, particularly the life sciences, is going to become a very, very important aspect of our the well-being of the humanity. I was also very interestingly follow up what is the progress taking place in the world in this area. And many of the predictions that all are being projected not by astrologers or such writers which I mentioned about a few minutes ago, but the what we call as the big agencies like Deloitte, Ernst and Young, and all such agencies which do a survey of the particular segment or a sector and tell how the present segment is, where it would go, and what will be the future way it has to go. All of them are predicting that the next 10 years is going to be that of life sciences, medtech, health tech. This is where the world is going to move. And just as rightly told by Dr. Balasubramaniam and our other speakers, that as we talk of life sciences or health sciences, immediately everybody thinks of a life of becoming a doctor. They think that's the beginning and end of the life. While yes, doctors and physicians play a very important role in the healthcare delivery in the world, but there are so many segments in the healthcare delivery and the life sciences requirements that there is an extremely high demand, and not everyone can become a doctor. And I would say not everyone should become also a doctor, because we need people in other areas also who will take, because a physician or a doctor stand alone, he cannot do anything. Today, if he doesn't have assistance of a RT-PCR test, he cannot diagnose whether the person is COVID positive or not. If he doesn't have the chest X-ray or CT X-ray done for the patient, he cannot predict whether the lungs are affected or not. If he does not have the various technological tools around him to keep the patient alive with the oxygen supply and other things, he cannot provide such a monitor. Like if you look into the intensive care unit of a hospital, you will find that all these things which I am trying to tell coming to play together at the same time. You will find the monitors, which are the biomedical instruments around the patient. which would be monitoring his various vitals and parameters. Now, who discovered or developed this equipment? It is the life science scientists and the technologists together put together and put these type of biomedical instruments around the patient. Now, if you look at the other healthcare professionals who are there, along with the physician, will be the nurse, the technician, the paramedic, who all try to give the first support or whatever support is required to the patient which is there. If you look at the medicines itself, which we are talking about, they all come from the various life sciences and pharma products which is there. And very interestingly, I was trying to look at, what are the other types of drugs that may be available at this particular time when the whole world is challenged with COVID pandemic. Like today, we are looking at the aspect of trying to reduce the inflammation by using steroids. We are trying to hope that the antiviral drugs that may be there in the market may help us to control the early infection onset on that. But ultimately, if you look at the whole process, if it is escalates to one person landing up in the ICU, it is a life support system which is helping the patient and his body to recover and come out of the system. So I think this one should understand that life sciences is beyond just doing medicine. I think you have to look at that in a very broad perspective and try to make your career. And similarly, I was looking at the futuristic thing. What will happen in 2022? We are now in 2021. What we are expecting, not very far, in 1 year's time, there will be a period of what we call as prevention is better than cure. Once again, will come. We will find a lot of people across the population who can afford wearing wearable devices. They'll all have wearable devices which will record the various vitals that are required, whether it is cardiac, whether it is respiratory, whether it is brainwave related, whichever aspect you would like to measure would be now available to be measured by wearing on your body. And because the travel to the hospital and interacting with a physician is going to be very challenging and in future and very expensive also to get that type of care, it will be early detection and prevention is what is going to play a very important role. Now, if you look at that early detection and prevention, the moment there is a variation in the vitals of a particular patient, which is indicative of, say, that the person may be progressing towards the thing, using artificial intelligence, the physician will take a step to prevent him to progress into the disease. I think this is where the whole science and technology is going to move forward. It's just one example which I am trying to tell. Now, similarly, with the type of challenges which may continue to evolve, which may be because of the environment, which may be because of the life forms that are around us, and the way we live, the infections and diseases and disorders that will emerge, would look for remedies only from them. They will not be looking at the chemical sciences or other sources to produce that type of remedy because it's a very long drawn process and it may not be possible to move forward. What we call now is the biosimilars would be the way forward for treating the diseases of tomorrow. And why that? Because we all are aware that the whole world moved towards only one thing, that is to try and find a vaccine for the virus, because the vaccine will help the body to develop the immunity and prevent the infection from getting into the body for a longer time. Whereas if you treat a person with a chemical substance, let us say a chemical antibiotic or antiviral drug, it will cover you only to the extent of removing the present load of infection that may be in your body. Now, what about again, if let us say a person with a COVID pandemic is treated with a drug and he is cured of the virus. Now, is there any assurity that he will not get reinfected again? Of course, they say the natural immunity may play a role, but when a natural immunity plays a role, it also plays a role only to a limited extent. Now, again, the exposure to the what you call as a chemical substance would be required to provide the care which is there. So that means that is why the world moved towards developing a vaccine first, rather than looking for an antiviral drug specific for the corona pandemic. And how it was done by the shortest time, using lot of biotechnology techniques, microbiological techniques, biochemical and molecular understanding of the disease, genomes structure, studying the understanding the genome of the virus. All these were there. That is why we were able to make the vaccine. And I can tell you one simple example to all those viewers and parents who are here, that the developer of the scientists and the head of the Bharat Biotech, which has developed our own India's Covaxin, the first indigenous or the only indigenous Covaxin as of now, is the Bharat Biotech's vaccine, which is there, is Dr. Krishna Ella. You may be surprised. You may be thinking that Dr. Krishna Ella is a leading medical scientist and he has developed this vaccine. You'll be surprised to say that if I say that he is basically an agriculture science graduate. He has done his agriculture science course, and then he forayed into microbiology, and from there he went into entrepreneurship, and then he had this idea that why not we do something for the diseases which nobody is looking at. And then he started developing vaccines for Zika virus, Ebola virus, and from his company and his organization, it went across to so many other countries around the world, which we perhaps don't even know by name that countries exist. All those places the vaccine went, and all that experience of developing vaccines today became very useful to us to develop our own vaccine. Even if we are challenged by the world elsewhere in not having access to vaccine, but now we have the capability to produce the vaccine. We have the technology to produce the vaccine. All it will be required is to go for a scale up to achieve the type of population that is required. So we don't have to look at any other country that there is a need for this. Why I am emphasizing is that when I meet Dr. Krishna Ella every time, he tells me one thing: Dr. Suresh, you give me graduates, I will make them everyone into a highly professional microbiologist and life sciences graduates. Within 6 months to 1 year, I can make them professional. And our country needs them. So that's what he keeps telling. And he keeps telling me that I'm ready to take any number of your life sciences graduates if they want to come and work in my company. I'm ready to give them jobs. So such are the job opportunities which exist in. I'm just talking about one particular phase of the thing. So I think this is something for all of you to understand, that the life sciences is all set to grow. It is going to play a very important role in the future healthcare delivery and the development of the nations. And life sciences and natural sciences will be intertwined. The physical sciences, all these barriers will go away, and it will become just the pure science, like I mentioned before. And we would be seeing that these sciences, how they collaborate with each other and be able to move forward. When I mean what I congratulate and appreciate the very theme which the life sciences faculty has organized for this this webinar, the career catalyst: plan, prepare, and prosper in life sciences. I do not know what they meant by the career catalyst, that the webinar will be a career catalyst, or the topics that will be discussed will be acting as catalyst for you, or the courses that may be coming in the future will be a catalyst for you. But I think the catalyst may be all three. Perhaps this webinar will be a catalyst in making a decision for you to move towards life sciences if you are not already in it. If you are already in it, you will try to see how I can advance into a specific area and do my master's or do my PhD and get into a particular field of life sciences segment. So this webinar may help you to identify the direction you may want to go. If you look at the speakers who are going to be there, they're all eminent speakers who are going to speak to you. I just went through their profiles and their topics. I think everyone has got a very strong message for each one of you, and I am sure you should try to listen to them and gain from all their strengths which they are talking about. Then third thing is whether the courses we are going to offer is going to be a catalyst. Yes, we are not going to just offer you in the coming years just a BSc in microbiology or MSc microbiology or biotechnology or biochemistry. The university has got plans to introduce several short-term and online type of programs in life sciences that will be parallelly available to the graduates who are joining here. So let us say a student who wants to join in microbiology and he wants to learn a specialized area in genome sequencing. A program will be available to him in understanding that and trying to upskill his qualities. Let us say if a person who is joining biochemistry or molecular biology is there, and he wants to learn more about clinical research, there'll be a program on clinical research available which you can enroll and try to advance your knowledge in the particular field. So all these type of, somebody wants to do into bioinformatics, we have a short program in bioinformatics for those graduates who would like to strengthen themselves and move forward. These all will be available online to our students, so that while you are pursuing your degree, you can also continue to learn through other modes of learning which will be available to you. I think this is something which you all have to appreciate. Perhaps this is the only university where I can say we talk about enhancing the students' learning process by all processes which is going on. And perhaps, again, one of the universities which I can keep proud to say is that in spite of pandemic, in spite of the challenges that may be there, the learning has not stopped here at JSSAHER. The classes are going on online every day as per the timetable and schedule. Even the practicals were done by block teaching and block practices before the closure of the institution. And all the examinations take place in a very, very professional and systematic manner, which is well appreciated by all employers. So every graduate who is going out of this university earns his degree and goes. It does not awarded. So many people talk about awarding a degree. In our university, we don't award degrees. You have to earn your degree and go, and we make sure every student is able to learn and earn that degree and go out, is what I would like to say. And lastly, I would like to tell, perhaps again, one of the very few universities in the country is where we talk about on-time graduation. We make sure that the student does not lose a year or 6 months because of whatever be the reason. So he should be able to graduate on time. There should not be delay in examinations for whatever be the reason. We should be able to predict that and move forward. And that has been the model with which we have been working. So I would encourage you to use this opportunity as a catalyst for your own career. When you would like to use JSSHER as a catalyst for your own career to become successful in your life. Use the faculty of our university, who all are PhDs and well qualified, to make them as a catalyst of your career and life which you want to do it. Use the infrastructure of our university which is available, which I think is unique in its own way, where you have got both access to the life sciences and the applied sciences in the field of pharmacy, medicine, dentistry. You can get into it and try to do it. So these are the opportunities which are available to you. For those who are already in our university and they are pursuing their various programs, and you should, I think, not hesitate to progress further. If you are doing your BSc, I think you should do your MSc. And if you are doing your MSc, you should do your PhD. Why? The future is going to rely only on two things: knowledge and science. And this is not going to be there. I think the progress or whatever look you are looking at life is going to be a challenge for you to move forward if you have got big career ambitions. With this, I wish this international webinar all the very best, and I congratulate the Faculty of Life Sciences and all the faculty who were associated, the team, for putting this together in spite of the pandemic. And perhaps in this pandemic period, I think this is one of the very first webinars which the university has put it together. So congratulations to all of you, and my best wishes to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The presidential address effectively gave the overview of what is going to unwind in the upcoming sessions. You have made our job very easy, sir. Thank you. Thank you for that. The inaugural address. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. K. Ravisha, HOD, Faculty of Life Sciences, to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Raghuram. My pronouns to His Holiness Sri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji, invoking his blessings, I stand before you to propose the vote of thanks. At the outset, I would like to sincerely thank Dr. B. Suresh for the presidential address, for giving a wonderful presidential address, highlighting the importance of life science for the well-being of humanity. Thank you very much, sir, for your gracious presence and also for giving a wonderful presidential address. I would also like to thank Dr. B. Manjunatha, the registrar of our university, for inaugurating the event and also delivering the inaugural address. Thank you very much, sir. I would also like to thank Dr. Surinder Singh, our Vice Chancellor, who could not be present for some reasons. I thank him immensely for all the support and guidance provided for the conduct of this webinar. I would also like to thank the Dean and Director of Research, Dr. Balasubramaniam, Dr. Kusharappa, Director of Academics, and all the officers of the university for all the support and guidance provided for the conduct of the webinar. My special thanks to the CIO and his team for all the technical support and guidance for the organization of this webinar. My special thanks to all the speakers who have accepted our invitation in spite of the fact that it is a weekend, Saturday and Sunday, and they have put in their hard work to see that something good is really delivered to the young minds to actually work as a catalyst to shape their careers in life sciences. I'm sure JSS AHER, I would like to mention here, sir, JSS AHER will be the catalyst for shaping the careers of our young minds. I'm sure it will go a long way in changing their professions or actually shaping their careers in life sciences. I would also like to thank all the teaching and non-teaching staff for all the support and guidance and be part of it. My special thanks to all the participants for being here to be the part of the webinar to understand the various opportunities and how they can very well shape their career, taking advantage of the facilities and the expertise available at JSS AHER. I thank Dr. Purnima Singh, who has already joined, now the first speaker from you. Thank you very much, madam. And so also all the other resource persons for being with us in spite of as I've already said, in spite of the pandemic and also in spite of the weekends, they have put in hard work to see that our students, particularly the young minds, get the complete benefit of various opportunities in life sciences, wherein they will also work for the well-being of the humanity. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the Division of Biochemistry, Dr. Siddesh, Dr. Raghuramacharya and Dr. Kumar, who have taken a lot of efforts to see that this conference, this webinar is organized. And my thanks to all the principals of our sister colleges, Medical College, Dental College, Pharmacy College, and also the School of Life Sciences, UT, the College of Pharmacy, Mysore and UT for all their support in running all these programs. Thank you, Dr. Vivek Mishra, who has already joined. I would like to thank everyone who is associated with the organizing of this webinar. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for proposing the vote of thanks. May I request all the panelists to stay so that we'll have a virtual group photo. Though we are socially distanced, let us have a group photo where I guess all the speakers are also in, so that we can record it and document it as well.
Maybe we can request them to put on the video.
Yeah, I have requested all. May I now request, Ms. Kanya, may I request Mr. Yashad Dongal, may I request Dr. Giridhar as well to switch on the video. We welcome you all to the two-day international webinar. Thank you for accepting the invitation and being here. And I'm sure Dr. Purnima would be eager to start her talk because we have already extended the time. Dr. Giridhar Shivalingaya, sir, please may you switch on. Okay. Yeah. May I request the IT section to kindly take a note of it and take the group photo. Thank you. Thank you. That was so kind of you. Thank you. So, with the permission of all the panelists, I would request if we can call it inaugurated and we can end the inaugural session now.
Thank you.
Thank you, and my best wishes for the rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Over to Dr. Siddesha, sir. Like, should I share the screen of the speakers?
Please.
Yeah.
A very good morning to all of you, and it's the time now to start our 2 days journey of the Career Catalyst Plan, Prepare and Prosper in Life Sciences. Dr. Purnima Singh, whom I know for more than 6-7 years. See, we met in New Orleans, where I did my first postdoc. So I'm happy to welcome her to deliver lecture, and she is a great person who has a lot of experience in research in academia. So Dr. Purnima Singh is now serving as research associate at University of Tennessee Health Science Center, Memphis, USA. She graduated from University of Calcutta, India. She obtained MSc and PhD from there. And she did her postdoc at different universities, Tulane University, New Orleans during 2011 to 2013, and University of Tennessee Science Center, Memphis, USA, since 2016 till now. So she's also involved in teaching activities when she was in India, and she also was a teaching faculty at Tribhuvan University, Nepal. And she has received many travel awards, and I cannot list them because there are many, more than I think 15. So she has been member in reputed scientific societies, including American Heart Society, American Physiological Society, etc. And she's been an editorial member for European Journal of Biomedical and Pharmaceutical Sciences and other journals. And she also serves as a reviewer for reputed peer-reviewed journals, and more than 10 journals she's been a reviewer. And so far, she has published more than 20 articles and also authored book chapters, and she has presented at various scientific meetings at even international and national levels, and that accounts for more than 30. And she has trained many students for their research projects during her postdoc. So it's a great to have Dr. Purnima Singh for this webinar, and I request Dr. Purnima Singh, and I apologize because though it is midnight for her, and she is a great, and she is a genuine and a very humble person, I request her to present for the audience. Thank you so much. Dr. Purnima. Can you please unmute?
Good morning, everyone back in India and everywhere else. Before I start my talk, I would like to first thank the organizing committee of JSS Academy, and most importantly, my dear friend, Dr. Siddesh, for giving me this opportunity to talk about career for biomedical science students. Before we go into the details of today's presentation, please let us know that my today's talk will be centered on discussing about the following points: career planning, identifying your skills and strengths, researching your options, the graduate job market, what biomedical science students do, getting experience, and career support. So this presentation is mostly based on my personal experiences, and I am hopeful that it will help you all in planning your career. Before one starts thinking about career planning, one has to understand if this is the right time. So, and of course, planning of career should be initiated before the completion of the studies. So it is not too late in making the right decision. Thinking about career planning at the right time is very important. And that will determine whether you are ready to take a job in which your interest is vested, or you want to pursue higher studies to strengthen your skills to qualify for the best job. So proper planning is prerequisite as your future depends on it. And there are certain ways to approach for planning a career. And the best way is to first self-analyze yourself and then gaining experience. First, you have to know your skills and strengths. Know the skills that you lack. If you are lacking on any of the skills, then you need to gain more experience on those skills. Depending on your skills and strengths, your search for the job options that fits and suits you the best. And more importantly, the jobs that are available to you at the time you want it, you need it. So you need to prepare your applications accordingly. And if you get selected for more than one job, then choose wisely the best job that suits and fits you. Because if you want to be successful in your career, that is most important. And do not have to regret for the wrong choice of job. So your future stands on these 5 important points. Make a note of it, okay? To know about yourself, you need to start thinking and think about your skills and strengths. So if you are I'm not sure what is the level of the listeners here, but for example, if you are a PhD in life science and you are expected actually to know the basic molecular biology techniques like PCR, Western blots, and basic histopathological staining methods, immunohistochemical staining methods, basic biochemical techniques, apart from also thinking about novel research ideas and designing your experiments. But if you have additional skills that you can offer to a job, that will be also additionally beneficial to you when you seek a job, right? For instance, a technique which is not practiced in many labs, for example, mass spectrometry. So if you know mass spectrometry, other than also the regular laboratory techniques, you have a better chance of getting a job than anyone who does not know that technique, right? So if you are eyeing for some kind of job that requires the skills that you lack, you don't have to get disheartened. There are many ways you can acquire that skill through internship or workshops. A famous American baseball player and coach, Don Zimmer, once said that what you lack in talent can be made up with desire, hustle, and giving 110% all the time. So I did my PhD in gastric physiology, and I joined a postdoctoral fellowship in a lab which worked on cardiovascular research. And it was a tough time for me to sustain my position because I had fallen into a place where I was not comfortable. But with my hard work, dedication, I could learn all the new techniques that came to me and sustain my position there. And finally, I could publish 4 great papers, I think, in good reputed journals. So never give up and explore the opportunities for job. Don't expect it to come to you. No one is going to find a job for you. So you have to find it. The best way to explore the opportunities is through networking. Do LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, and also Google search and make connections through this social networking media. Start preparing your CV from now and also add all the extra skills and knowledge in advanced techniques. Increase the number of publications in peer-reviewed journals and also prepare well for the interviews. Again, making the correct job choice depending on what opportunity comes and what is your suitability is very important. I have seen people fail at times because they cannot meet with the expectations of the employers. So prepare yourselves in advance for a successful career. And the important skills doesn't mean just learning the laboratory techniques. The skills that the students learn in a biomedical science program are not just laboratory skills, but analysis and problem solving, independent thinking, numerical and data analysis, verbal communication, teamwork, and interpersonal skills. These skills can also be improved through experiences in internships, workshops, participating in projects related to these skills, and also through other part-time jobs. Based upon your self-evaluation of skills and strengths, you have to choose a job or a career. And please mark my words that before choosing a job or a career, you must know what you want. And are you a strong candidate for that job? So, however, you need to keep yourself motivated for career planning from now onwards. And the most important motivational factors in your case could be a sense of stability in life and a need for balanced life. So these factors, there are other factors as well, which you can see on the screen. And these all factors will eventually help you to formulate ideas about jobs and sectors that suits you. Your success in any job will be also driven by your personality, abilities, skills, your interests and values, which you will understand much later in your life, maybe not now. But you can find some resources online that can help you to evaluate yourself and know more about your skills and your potentials that will help you to find a job that is suitable for you. When you are making your career choice, you have to understand at what stage of career you are in and what sectors do you want to choose. Do you have the right kind of degree, or you want to go for further studies to earn it? And also your interests and motivations, and whether you want to work within your country or you want to go abroad. Again, for all this, you have resources available online which you can go through and make appropriate career choices. Now let us understand what biomedical science roles are. And these are typically include testing and screening of diseases, investigating and understanding the disease mechanism, profile, and progression, finding new effective and innovative ways to detect diseases as early as possible. For example, discovery of a new biomarker or a new method of detecting a biomarker. And discovery or development of treatments, including preventive, for example, vaccines like the COVID vaccine, and or therapeutic drugs or medicines. While you are still a biomedical science student, you are expected to be gaining skills that are highly valued by the employers. And all these skills include mostly your ability to observe, your computer skills, your communication skills, your ability to manage a project, and your problem solving ability or data analysis. There are also some websites which can help you to find resources for career planning. And here are some of the resources that you can also use in future after your seminar is over to help you in your career planning. And you can also know about your career options, other career options from your teachers and also many faculty members in your institutions, from your seniors in your institutions, or the other career advisors surrounding you, such as your relatives, your family members, and even your friends. They can be your career advisors as well. But most importantly, your academic degree plays a very important role in defining your future. From a 2017 UK report, it is obvious that the job market in UK in 2017 belonged to the graduates than the non-graduates. This is the most updated report that I could figure out from the internet, so that's why I'm discussing this one. But overall, the trend is same. So the graduates are the graduates have captured most of the highly skilled job, and the job market may not change even in the COVID situation. And I think it is very unlikely because the graduates are the highly skilled workers. And I'm hoping that the trend will remain the same and the graduates will occupy most of the job markets. So another interesting survey reports that over 2/3 of students who left job hunting until their final year at university wished they had started sooner. So don't waste your time. This is an alert for you that you need to start thinking about your career plans right now. And even if you have not graduated, this is the right time to think about it. If you are working on something that you really care about, you don't have to be pushed. The vision pulls you. So if you really care for your ambition, your goals, your career, you will definitely start preparing for it from now onwards. This is a saying by the Apple chairman, CEO, co-founder, Steve Jobs. So don't lose hope. As you can see from this figure, that biomedical students are doing really very well in the job market. About 60 to 70% of biomedical students are employed, and a major percentage also among rest are engaged in further studies. And only a small portion that you can see in the sky blue color is unemployed. So you have a very good chance of capturing the job market, right? So after studying biomedical sciences, one can be employed in various job roles. And those job roles can include anything which is shown in this slide. And within the scientific research and development, bioinstrumentation, medical imaging, biotechnology, pharmaceuticals, drug design and delivery, medical equipment manufacturing and supplies, hospital and healthcare. So if one is also interested to work as a scientist in the lab, one can work as junior research fellow or JRF or senior research fellow SRF after clearing CSIR NET or GET examination in India, or one can go to USA after clearing GRE and TOEFL exams, right? And it's not just USA or UK. One can also go to other international destinations for higher studies or research. And right now there are many countries which support the foreign nationals. So among those countries are UK, Australia, Canada, Germany, France, and New Zealand. So one can try those countries as well. If you are completing PhD in India, you can also move abroad after that for a postdoctoral position in NIH or National Institute of Health funded research projects in USA, or a National Institute of Health Research NIHR funded projects in UK. So the life doesn't end there. You can also after that move to research and development section of a pharma company to work as a scientist in a technical position, or scientist, regular scientist. If you decide that you don't want to work in a research lab, then also you have a lot of other options. You can join the healthcare system and go to a professional course such as physiotherapy, nursing, pharmacy, and you can also go to a veterinary medicine, right? If you don't like that, you can also join publication houses as scientific writer if you have more experience in scientific writing and you have published good peer-reviewed journals. And even if you don't like, you want to go to academics, you have that option too. You can go to a teaching job and you can join various medical, dental, pharmacy colleges where you can teach. So not only that, you can also go to pharma companies where you can be a medical representative and work. Also, you can work in the patenting offices as well. I'm sure you will have many more seminars which will elaborate on the other parts as well in this program. Again, gaining experience in many of these jobs is also required, and you will acquire those experiences through internships, participating in workshops, or joining some part-time jobs, or you can participate in some research, extramural research projects, and you can gain those experiences as well. So the biomedical science sector is unique and rewarding. The work is flexible and very stimulating. You will be working towards the betterment of human health and saving lives. So it is a very noble profession in itself. Not everything you need to do for money. Of course, stability in life is important, but thinking and taking challenges for the human benefit is also important. So choose your career wisely. And now I'm going to just present some examples from my real life experiences. All these people on this slide are my friends from biomedical science field who are pursuing a career of their choice and are very successful in their career. The first person on the top left is Miss Rameshwari Tiwari. She graduated from Calcutta University in botany, and she got married. Her career did not end there. She had 2 kids also, but she moved to Australia with her husband, and there she pursued a BS in nursing, and now she is successfully practicing oncology registered nurse. So if you have dreams, you can pursue at any stage. Then the next person is on the right is my dear friend with whom I've completed my master's in physiology together, and I went to PhD in physiology, and he had to, because of the family pressure, he had to go to a job, and he joined as a medical representative in Pfizer, but he did not stop there. He took an MBA course while he was working. He finished the MBA, and then finally, after finishing MBA, now he joined as senior medical liaison at Novartis, Hyderabad. So, and the third person, I don't need to introduce him. You all know him very well, Dr. Siddesh. And he did a PhD in life science and postdoc from USA, and I met him in New Orleans around 10 years ago. And I never knew that he has such a visionary for his students, that he organize this wonderful career catalyst seminar, which will definitely help the biomedical students back in India for their career planning. And finally, there's another friend of mine, Devi Subramaniam, who did her PhD in biochemistry from Chennai and postdoc in New Orleans, Tulane University. And now she is working as a regulatory affairs specialist in Bengaluru. So I just want to say that all our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. So don't fear, just plan your career well ahead in time. And if you lack any skills, any techniques, anything, you have to plan accordingly, get some experience, and then apply for a job, prepare yourself, and get the position. So finally, I would like to wrap up my presentation by saying that know your skills, keep gaining experiences, keep researching out your opportunities, prepare your keep researching about the opportunities, and prepare your CV and applications well ahead in time. And what you do want to do next is attend the career events and also do lots of networking, very important nowadays. So join LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, and also any other social media that you know of, and definitely create an action plan. So I would like to thank you all for listening to my talk, and any questions I will be happy to answer.
So, thank you, Dr. Purnima Singh.
Thank
For
you.
nice lecture. And again, it's not just about learning the career opportunities. And it's a great that students who are participating can also learn how to present the skills, presenting skills. So Purnima has given a great presentation, and her slides were great. It was properly planned. So look at, see, when she's presenting, we can see how well she has planned, how well she prepared, and how she could prosper now in presenting a great lecture. And thank you. And now the session is open for discussion. You can ask questions to Dr. Purnima either orally, or you can also type in your questions so that Dr. Purnima can answer. And also I request Dr. Raghuram to read out the questions to Dr. Purnima. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a nice presentation. To the notice of the attendees, we have Dr. P.A. Kushalappa, Director Academics, joining in. It's great to have you over here, sir. On behalf of the organizing committee and Faculty of Life Sciences, I welcome you.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Siddesh. I'm sorry. And hello, good morning, Dr. Ravisha.
Thank you very much for joining, sir.
There were some network issues. I couldn't join in earlier, but I'm happy and I could listen to Dr. Purnima. Quite a wonderful talk, Dr. Purnima. Thank you very much. It was very informative. I wish all the best to all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, with the permission of the panel, some questions have been posed by some of the questions in the chat box as well as QA, question and answer segment. Let me ask few questions which are very relevant with your talk. One interesting question is there a difference between job and a best job? The answer is in the question itself, I guess. And he goes on to ask, we have to be best at our jobs, whatever we get. But he also expresses that there is a limitation in exposure of practical aspects, and how difficult it would be to get a job of our interest. So if you can just highlight on that, and then I'll move to the second question.
So, of course, getting a job of interest is really very difficult, but it all depends on what level you are looking for a job, right? I mean, if I started looking for a job when I finished my PhD, not before that. So I had more exposure, knowledge about techniques or how to handle the environment. So it depends. If you are, if the most of the students, I guess, here are all graduates. So right now the level of competition is very high, right? I mean, with a graduation, it is kind of difficult to get a good job of your choice. And it's a good thing also, one can go to a job which fits the graduates, and then slowly with experience and that one can move to the upper level, right? Because I gave one example, one of my friend who had to, because of the family things, he could not pursue PhD, and he had to join as a medical representative. At that time he was just earning like say 5,000, 6,000 rupees as medical representative. But he did not stop there. He was also engaged in learning even when he was working. And by that time, when he got MBA, now he moved to a better position and he has a better job, which he wanted, because he wanted to go for PhD, but because of his family issues, he could not. So still now he's a medical liaison and he can satisfy his intelligence by working as a medical liaison. So it's not always about money, it's a lot of ambitions also is involved.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Some more questions are like, what is the difference between studying masters in India and abroad? Does it really make a difference? How to think about it?
Oh, of course. I mean, see, for masters, it is very difficult because in abroad, you have to have a GRE and TOEFL clear those exams, even if you want to go for masters in USA, at least, I know. So those students who are coming from India to USA for even the master's program, they have to, do a GRE and TOEFL exams, which are not very easy. I mean, that those are doable, but still not tough and very easy. And also they get also stipend here. Like if one, I would really recommend, if someone really wants to go to USA or other foreign countries, one must try from beginning.
Sure.
Because nowadays the situation is very bad with the immigration and all those things happening. So it's a great idea to actually go for higher studies also. That way you spend more time in USA, and that takes care of your immigration part as well. So a lot of things is involved, not just job. So
Yeah, exactly. Some questions are like, some are repetitive questions like, how about, I really like that aspect where some of the students are asking how we can be placed in armed forces and other by being a life science graduate or a biochemistry graduate.
So I have not explored the armed forces that much, but I know only medicine. I used to
Yes.
like prepare exams, and I used to give for AFMC or something, that exam was called. But apart from that, I have not explored those areas. So I think I'm not the right person, maybe.
May I add a line in this regard?
Yes, please. Please, sir. Please, sir.
Yeah, I would like to say life science, there is a separate DRDO system, and in the DRDO there is a separate life science group which exclusively work on the defense requirements of, particularly from the point of view of life sciences, be it the production of food, storage of food. In fact, separate laboratories are there. There are a large number of laboratories. So they could be part of the defense forces very well in India and abroad if they are good at it, including forensic sciences and various other. In fact, the very fact that bioterrorism itself is a big issue to be discussed at length nowadays is a very clear indication of the fact that a lot of intelligence is needed from the biological side and life science systems to see that some of these points are addressed or questions are addressed. There are a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, to add on to that, I have my seniors working in DIPAS, Defense Institute of Physiology and Allied Sciences Institute. And he's a scientist basically. So whatever we are doing here, he is also doing there, but they work mainly on research related to hypoxia and high altitude research. So yeah, one can explore that area as well if someone wants to. I mean, they also are involved in PhD and training students for research.
Defense requirements of life science are entirely different from that of normal civilians. And much of the research that has come out of defense research labs have been now incorporated into their routine life. The packaging industry or storage of foods, as I know from the agricultural point of view. There could be so many other things from the medical and biomedical points.
Yes, sir.
Right. Yeah, so those were few of the questions. I think there are a lot of questions. The panelists would be typing in some of the answers and responses, keeping in mind the time frame. So let us move ahead. With that note, thank you, Dr. Purnima Singh, for the elaborative talk and very informative.
It was
Thank you,
pleasure.
Dr. Purnima. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good to see you.
So next, I will move on to our next speaker, Dr. Alex Thomas. So I request Alex Thomas to switch on video. Alex,
can you see me now? Give me a second. Give me.
So wait a minute.
Can you see me now?
Yes.
You can share the screen after Dr. Siddesh introduces you.
Yeah, please, Alex, just switch on your video. I will share for now.
So,
I welcome Alex Thomas, whom I know for 3 years. He is presently working as Deputy Manager, Clinical R&D Toxicology Department.
Can I share my screen?
No, wait, please. I will introduce now.
Okay, sure.
So, he is serving as the Deputy Manager, Clinical R&D Toxicology at Cipla Limited, Mumbai, India. So, he has pursued his Master of Pharmacology from Dr. MGR Medical University, Chennai. And he also served and serving as Director and Co-founder of Tox Gurukul Foundation. He is also co-founder of PharmacyToday.in, and he has served at different organizations as scientist. So Toxicology with Care, Kerala Limited, International Institute of Biotechnology and Toxicology, and BioNates India from 2014 to 2019. And he joined Cipla in 2019. So he is the recipient of Dr. V.V. Vasantaraj Foundation's Young Scientist Award for the year 2019. He has authored book chapters for publishers, well-reputed publishers elsewhere and CRC Press. And he has been speaker for various conferences. Example, NIPER, Kolkata, BMS College of Engineering, Acharya College of Pharmacy, Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Pharmacy, etc. So he has a vast experience in industrial setup and is good at toxicology work, and he has been doing very well in his career. So I would request and welcome Alex Thomas to deliver a lecture and ignite our students and participants. And I welcome Alex Thomas. Please, if you can.
Right. So, very good morning or a very good evening all. This is Alex Thomas, a toxicologist by profession. I welcome you all for this session. First, let me congratulate you for deciding to attend this today's program. because it is such small decisions that you are making in your early stages of your career, which is going to shape your future. I really appreciate the organizers, especially my friend Dr. Siddesha and respected management of JSS University for their thoughtfulness towards the student community. Because I feel these type of sessions really matters a lot. And thank you so much for making me a part of this. So after this program, I request each one of you to have a walk today evening and think about the points that we are going to discuss and see how it can be applied in your life. Because without that action, this program remain incomplete. There is a famous story, Sugar Eating Boy and Gandhiji. I'm not narrating it here, but just want to say that this session I would be sharing the lessons I learned and areas which I have realized that is paramount to succeed. And my expectation for you is to analyze each of these points and act upon it. Because it is not mandatory that what worked for me would work for you, right? So hence, please take the version which suits you the best. I have randomly picked points from my life which I felt would be relevant for your current pace of your career. Hence, each point would be massive and has got many dimensions. Hence, please do more research on it and to understand it better. So for these sessions, I have picked the points which molded me and see if it will work for you. So the first point I would like to start is on deciding your pace. Because let's take an example. Two boys, one preparing for a 100-meter race, another for a marathon. The preparation required is not the same for both the guys, right? Try to understand what is your purpose in life and decide your pace to match that. If your aim is to have a degree and a decent job, you can prepare yourself to compete with others. But if you have got a higher purpose, you are required to be more patient and powerful, because here you need to compete with your future self. Your journey is towards the person whom you are potentially enough to become, right? This journey would be, of course, it will be painful, tiring, and depressing. When I was in my graduation, it's my professor, Dr. Manoj Kumar, who told me, Alex, I can hit you and you may fall, but never can stop you from getting up. And still those words inspires me. Yes, dear friends, anybody can hit you and you may fall also. But friends, nobody can stop you from getting up if you decide to do so, right? Once a speed race was conducted to know who was the fastest, dog or cheetah. But cheetah did not move a finger and sat in place. People asked the race coordinator, what happened? He responded, sometimes trying to prove that you are the best is an insult. So decide your pace before you start to compete with others. So let me go to the next point, the tortoise moves. Once two boys went for climbing a mountain. One asked the other, it is very high, brother, how we will make it? The other replied, take your first step, then the next, and the next. Believe me, the dream that you hold in your mind is possible. All right, let us see another example. Simple questions are not as simple as it seems, right? Sometimes it is impossible to answer those questions. Once a 4-year boy asked his father, who is my friend, Daddy, how is it that when we light the gas stove, only the burner rings burns, not the tube through which the gas passes? Hope you understood the question, right? So, how is it that when we light the gas stove, only the burner ring only burning, but not the tube which the gas passes? His father failed to give an answer that satisfied the kid's curiosity. The questions became more harder the more he tried to explain. All right. In my early days of my career, I too had a lot of these silly doubts, from very basic doubts. So the way I sorted this issue is by starting a WhatsApp group in toxicology. Increase the member strength using LinkedIn. I'm active in LinkedIn, so through using LinkedIn, that time I was not very active, but I joined the LinkedIn and try to connect the like-minded people and increase the member strength of this WhatsApp group. And now it is a non-profit registered organization, over 1,000 toxicologists across the world. See, these tortoise moves that you are capable of taking now can eventually turn into an impossible act. You all know, you all know it is not that rabbit who won that race, right? It is not the rabbit who won that race. And trust me, that can be repeated. And here I would like to give you an action point which you may consider. You can start a WhatsApp group with similar minded members and initiate the discussions. It may be your silly doubts related to your area of interest. And the major point is ensure that it is used strictly for this purpose. No other forwards should be entertained on that. And another point which I would like to give you is don't be that calculator. Once a professor of mine told us, dear students, imagine you are an expert in mathematics and nobody can compete with you in that subject. After that, he took a calculator and placed on the table and said that, see, now I replaced you with a small calculator. From that day, I always try to learn new areas, even though they are not directly connected to my area of expertise. In fact, I must say that it helped me a lot in my career as well as in my personal life. So here I would like to give you an action point, that is, consider making a list of new skills. It can be photography, it can be agriculture, or it can be coding, web designing, graphic designing, architects, anything. It will not be at all connected to you will be thinking that it will not be connected to your life science. But finally, everything ends up in a straight line, right? And it's okay if you can learn it in a slow pace, because finally, for first, so for achieving your dream, whatever it is, whether you want to become Prime Minister of India or whether you want to become President of India or whatever it is, first throw your soul to that and hook it firmly and then climb up slowly to it. So this will work a lot. You can imagine, you can achieve anything that you can imagine. That's what I believe. And I feel that what all things I imagined, still I am trying to chase it, and many things I am able to achieving it. So I can say that this really works. And next is an very interesting point and one of my favorite point. Imagine an exam or an interview for which you already know what the questions are. Before that, let me ask you, do you think it is possible to do a time travel? I feel yes. Henry Ford, founder of the Ford Motor Company, once told, if I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said that faster horses. Let me give you an example from my life itself to make it more clear. It was a university exam day for me. Subject was pharmaceutical analysis, which I was not very much good in. My roommates were very much upset because this pharmaceutical analysis is not my major subject. It was pharmacology, which was my major subject, and pharmaceutical analysis was a common subject for us. So my roommates were very much upset watching me not studying anything. But when the results came, they were shocked to see that I was in the top 5. They rushed to me and asked, how did you do this, Alex? Because we did not see you studying at all. All right. What I did was, I would like to say it as a kind of time travel, because I could imagine what would happen for that exam. Hence, I prepared exactly as per the requirement. It is not a shortcut, dear friends. I feel it is one of the smart ways in preparing for achieving something in your life. How to master it? In the interest of time, I'm not going deeper in this area, but just want to say that make yourself capable to imagine the situations before it happens and prepare for that in advance. It works really very well. Like a grandmaster who plans his each move in a chessboard. In that way, you also need to plan your placements to match your career goals. So this is, I'm not sure at this level of your career, how you will be understanding this point. But when you move further, you will understand that there is politics everywhere. Especially it is at its worst when power and money comes in. And also, if you are one among those who want to compete with others, not with yourself, hence you must to invest a lot of energy for this purpose. Whatever the case is, try to understand others' intention. I'm still not sure if friendship is good among colleagues, especially when power and money has a role in your place. And most importantly, do not fear when you realize that you are in danger. Even though somebody hurts you very bad, never plan or take revenge. The feeling of taking revenge draws you back. You will not move forward. Instead, it will hold you back. When I realized from that point, I never thought of harming anyone, even if they hurt me very badly. Snake and the Saint, this another story has got its relevance here. And I'm not narrating this story also here. You may please Google it. It is a very interesting story. You may please Google it. So I want to say is move on to your dreams. He is waiting to meet you, your future self. Maybe you will be the next president of India. You know what you are capable of, dear friends, better than me. So let's go to another point. Do not ask for a job, ask for an advice. Right. I only used LinkedIn, and for me, it helped like a magic. You can contact the managing director of an organization for a job through these social platforms. But do you think that you will get a response? Almost nil, right? So use it wisely. Find the people who are in the middle of their career, and if you feel that they can give you some advice, ask for it. Chances of getting a response is very high, and it may end up in getting a job also. Here, I need to stress the point that do not send hi message or good morning message in LinkedIn or any platform, because I do not think that many people will respond. In case of, at least in my case, I will not respond to any good morning or hi message which I get from LinkedIn, because a lot of such messages we will be getting. So there are very less chances to get a response. So you write very politely that, see, these are my confusions I'm having in my career. Can you please advise me? If possible, can you share your contact number, or I can call you, please, for an advice. So there are a lot of options. I think this is the better way to network, because, and otherwise it will not work. LinkedIn, you will say that LinkedIn will not work, but if you ask for an advice, it really works. So this point, this is a capsule how to get your first job. I added this section for this program thinking that it might help some people who are badly needing for their first job. Let us see. So first point is identify at least 4 options that you have in the job market. You can discuss with your teachers or professor or seniors in the field and try to understand what are the categories in your, what are the jobs that you can do with your qualification, and categorize it to, if it can be quality control, it can be regulatory affairs, it can be academics, research, etc. Right? Next point you need to do is prepare a cover letter and resume for each category. You need to have customized cover letter and resume for each category. Cover letter should explain why they should hire you. Resume should be perfect with no mistake. You can use online tools for resume writing because it will take care of the alignment issues and all. It will look a standard, you will get a standard resume from that. Next is very important point that you need to get your resume and cover letter reviewed by someone who has got good experience in the field, or your senior. It can be your professor also. This part is very important in making your resume perfect. And after that, you need to proofread your resume. Once everything is you have got in your hand, after you corrected all the review points, take a printout of these documents and ensure line by line there is no spelling mistake or alignment issues. And the next important thing is make a list of not less than 100 companies. I know it is little tough, but do this. You can opt for mid-level companies in this list. Of course, you can try for high-level companies, but thing is like chance of getting a response will be less in many cases. So that you can make a separate list, and here you can make a list of 100 companies, mid-level companies in Excel sheet with respective email IDs of the HR. And next point is, once you have the results of final exam, initiate the job hunt. Why I told after the results, because many times I used to get a lot of CVs and resumes, but they will not be complete. They will not be in a position where they don't have the results in their hand. So I will not be interested in recommending the students or somebody who is writing. Yet to waiting for the exam. Who has not completed their course. So it will be waste of my time, because no companies, I think, at least in my experience, is going to hire you when you are, they will not select you when you are in your, did not complete your final exams, right? So once you have the results of final exam, then only you initiate the job hunt. That is my advice you can decide upon. So ensure that your resume and cover letter are in PDF format. Hope you know the difference between resume, biodata, and a curriculum vitae. If not, please Google it. You should understand what is difference between a resume and what is a curriculum vitae or CV, or what is a biodata. So you may please Google it to understand what is the difference between these three, right? And next is name both the documents with specific name. It can be in this way. You can decide your own way, but still I'm just giving as an example that resume, name and date, cover letter, name and date, okay? Then you have already the list of 100 companies. You have their email IDs. You've done it before your exams when you get time. And now you have everything. CV is prepared, resume is prepared, or cover letter is prepared. Everything is ready. Now, once you get the final results, you can start sending resume to 5 to 7 companies per day. Use specific subject line while sending email. Example, this is something like this: job application, name, degree, biochemistry specialization, and fresher. So this will help the recruiter to sort your CV to better options. Also, if you are lazy in writing the email content, you can use this cover letter content as your email content also. Next is making a list of interview questions. Here, I feel that there are 2 types of questions. One is general questions, and another one is technical questions. In general questions, you already know that it can be self-introduction or your strength and weakness. There are a lot of questions you can get it. So prepare it well, write it down, and practice the answers so that questions you can do it in a very good way, right? Next is preparing the list of technical questions from your area of expertise. So what you need to do is think in the perspective of the interviewer or the respective organization. If you have the good clarity about what the organization is doing, then you prepare the technical questions to that level. Next point is facing the interview. While facing the interview, be humble and show your learning attitude or appetite to succeed. And next is, after the interview, write down these interview questions and use it as a study material for the next interview. This will help you a lot. Once you complete each interview, you will become the better. So please do follow this. And the most important point which I want to give you is, do not wait, right, for getting the best job getting your dream job, because it will not happen very soon. But if it meets 50% of your expectation, please join the job. That is my advice to you. I'm telling you about the first job. Okay, so let's see, just summarize these points, how to get the first job. So you identified right? You identified by asking your seniors in the field. Then you categorized the job options, quality control and all. And after that, you prepared your resume and CV, resume and cover letter according to that. And you get it reviewed by your seniors or well-wishers, right? And after that, you took the print and done a proofreading of it. And you made list of companies next. And you initiate the job hunt when your results are out. You prepare your interview questions, general questions or technical questions, right? And thereafter, the interview time, be humble and note down the interview questions after the interview and use it as a study material for the next interview. And finally, if it meets 50% of your expectation, please join. Okay. So let me go to, I told that first regarding first job is, I told you a different way of getting your first job, right? I believe that the first job is not as critical as your second job. I give more weightage to the second job than your first job, because when you are into the job market as a fresher, you have got lot of diversified fields. As I told you, regulatory affairs or anything, it can be anything, right? Which you can enter into that. But when you are searching for your second job, you will definitely know which direction exactly you are heading to, right? In my experience, it will be always good if you got your second job in another state. Let me make it clear. If you are from South India, plan for working in North India. I'm telling about the second job. And if you are a North Indian, plan for another state in a South India or some other state away from your native. Anytime after some time you can come back to your native or nearby areas where you are comfortable in, but not in the second job. Because this will make you stronger in the early stages of your career itself, which would give you more confidence to face the adversities which you may come across in the future. Okay. Okay. Hope this point is clear. Let's go to the next lesson regarding preparing a business plan. This is one of the neglected area, I feel that, and I strongly believe that students need to initiate preparing a business plan, even though you do not have a plan to be an entrepreneur, because this would definitely help you. It can be a proactive employee in that point of view, or you can be an employer itself. Who knows? Because I have seen many salaried people with a lot of experience in the industry, but do not know where to start. Actually, I think that limits the growth of India itself, right? Imagine if those experts could start successful business, there would be more job opportunities in our country, right? Unfortunately, some of them starts but fails pathetically just because they do not have the complete picture of how this business works. So I feel that you may consider initiating preparing a business plan. You will get a lot of materials how to prepare a business plan. Even though you have no idea of starting your own business, right? So another major point, even I neglected this point in my early days of my career. It was when it was in a very tough this point we are neglected, and unfortunately we life science students never bothered about this financial planning. And also it is very unfortunate that these life science students are not well equipped, including me, with financial knowledge, right? It is merely a neglected area, right? So that might lead us to a huge disaster. I know that for a life science students, finance part is very much boring, but this will lead us to a huge disaster when we neglect this area. So here I would like to give you an action point. There are a lot of YouTube channels which is giving you exact idea how to plan your finance in the early stage itself. So there are a lot of mobile applications available to this investing in some things. You may consider investing in digital gold or in shares of good company. Only do this only after thorough research, only after understanding what actually it is. Okay, do not blindly go and do these things. or anything you feel convenient, you can use this using some mobile application. Nowadays it is very easy, and there are a lot of YouTube channels. If you want, you can get those information from that. And most important is make it a habit. Even it is just 100 rupees per month, it is perfectly fine. But the more important is making it a habit. Do not break in between. Do it every month. If it is 100 rupees, it is perfectly fine. In case if you are in the share market and all, you can even invest 10 rupees in the share market, right? So I'm not propagating you should do share market. It's not like that. So you need to understand what are the different ways to invest, and make it a habit, right? And the next more important point is never withdraw it for another 20 years. Let it be for the year 2040. Do not take the amount from that and use your expense in the middle. Let it be for the year to 2040, right? Okay. I think I have given these points. I know these points are very massive, because it is like there are a lot of more points which I wanted to discuss, but it will be boring if I add more points, because each points are very massive. Even when I am taking this session, because I used to take a lot of sessions related to my subject toxicology, but when I'm taking this session, I'm feeling so much draining of my energy. So so I feel that you will feel exhausted hearing all these points, because but what my advice is, as I told you in the starting of this slide, have a walk today evening and think about each point a day. Tomorrow evening you think about another point, and just make yourself to understand how it can be applied in your life. Otherwise it is very difficult. Otherwise this session, you 30 minutes you have invested time you for this session, which is completely, I feel that it will not work at all. Only if you think and act upon, at least you think about it. Otherwise this session is completely waste. That's what I feel personally. So let me summarize. So power of compounding, I kept it as first point because it is very important. Even I neglected this point, and I feel it is very important. At this age, you may be 20, 22, 23 or 24 for 20 years. So at this stage, if you start, you can do wonders with this. Plan for early retirement if you want, like 40s. You can retire if you do. You become expert in power of compounding, and you can enjoy the life as it is, right? So next point I told you was preparing a business plan. You may please consider thinking about it. And next was breaking your comfort zone, right? I told you the second job should be in another state. So it worked me really well. I took this. My second job was in another state, and which helped me a lot to make myself stronger. And next is asking for advice. I already told you why it is important instead of asking for a job. And diversifying your skills. Yes, I too diversify my skills in different areas. Like I learned little about video editing or graphic designing, web designing, or even coding also. So this type of things. So it will really help to increase your confidence. It may not add a value to your resume, but it will definitely add value to your life itself. And making a tortoise move, take each step what is possible at that point of time. Slowly, as the two boys climb that mountain, you also can climb, and you can achieve those dreams that you're having. And next was time traveling, which you need a lot of practice to do. You can think about it, doing it. Okay. And coming to that, so it's almost my end of session. So let's hear this. Okay, before that, I just want to give you, as it is a Corona time, I thought of I added this in last minute. I want to give you a small suggestion for increasing your immunity, that is taking vitamin D. It already proved that it is very efficient in increasing the immunity, okay? So you can, for the adults, you can use for 6,000 unit, you can get from the market pharmacy, and you can take it weekly once. It is good, it is advisable to take with food in the morning. Okay, and you can take 4 weeks, consecutive 4 weeks, weekly once. Okay, do not take more than that. If you want to continue that vitamin D, you can get your advice from your doctors. Okay, I am only recommending for first 4 weeks, weekly once. Okay, so I'm almost ending this session, but the most respected person of mine who inspired a lot, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, let me share a video of his video also. so I was not sure as you were able to hear the audio, but I just want to say is that now it's our turn to do something for this nation. And when I got this opportunity to talk in this session, I thought that it is my responsibility to give a session in this topic, which I never took earlier in my life. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I was very excited for addressing you all. And I'm sure you will be taking my some of the advice. And of course, I'm very sure the most importantly, you will be working today evening and on consecutive days and thinking about the points that we discussed, right? Otherwise, it will not be having that effect what I'm expecting from you. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex, for the wonderful lecture. And it was actually igniting our minds. And I hope the same feeling comes from all the attendees. So now the session is open for discussion. So you can ask questions, and some of the questions can be answered right away. And if not, definitely the questions will be answered later and communicated to you all. So all the attendees, we are going to communicate the question and answer. So thank you again, Alex. Now it is open for questions.
Thank you, Alex, for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
I would rather use the terminology, it's a reality check. The young mind speaking to the youngsters, and you have spoken your heart and soul of your experience. I'm sure it will go a long way, and our young minds will think really about it. To share you one thing, that Professor Abdul Kalam was a regular visitor to our JSS AHER, our Suturmat. He loved a lot, and he used to spend a few days every year, a few days in our Suturmat, along with the young minds, particularly the children. Thank you, Ardi. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Thank you so much.
In fact, there is a proverb generally used in Kannada, "Oor bittavanu uddhara agtane" anta anbuttu. That's what you said in your second job. Change the job, and once you leave your native, you are going to flourish.
Exactly. That is exactly.
Fantastic presentation. Fantastic presentation.
Right.
So I request Dr. Raghuram to to look for the questions asked. So
No, sir. Yeah, there are a couple of questions, and also there are lots of appreciations pouring in because of the talk. In fact,
thank you so much.
Yeah, and it was very
practical. Many things, like even how to prepare. So that's a great thing.
Thank you.
One very practical thing which was mentioned was the financial aspect, and students are very delighted to know about that as well. In fact, an eye opener to be prepared, because we usually don't discuss that, and that has come out really good. And there are a lot of questions, and I should appreciate Dr. Purnima Singh, who is patiently answering many of the questions which were generated during her talk as well. And there are some of the questions which are popping up related to Alex's talk. Yeah, more or less, like what was the biggest challenge that you faced while building your group is the question which has been asked. And some things like very exactly, and you have answered majorly those questions, like how to prepare yourself for, and the CVs, etc. And one very important question is, how does recommendation play a very important role? And recommendation in the sense from an expert or from a senior, how would that play a major role in getting a job? So that's one question which is prominently asked.
Okay.
Yeah.
So shall I?
Please,
yeah, please, sir. Please.
So, so answering the first question, and I really appreciate for that question, because once one of my very senior is he's already 95-year-old, very young, energetic person, who told me that, Alex, when I was in your age, I was like you. And of course, I'm sure you will face a lot of issues. And that was exactly right. Hope the voice is clear, right?
Yeah, it's clear.
So it was exactly right, So when you want to do something when you want to do something very efficiently, or doing such type of things, especially a WhatsApp group for your knowledge boosting. So in my case, major phase which I faced was, So when I started the WhatsApp group, it was going very good. So slowly, the seniors in the field, I mean, in my organization itself, got little offended, seeing that I am asking so many questions which they were not very familiar with, and they got an kind of fear how it will work. Because thing is, like, when we are making a WhatsApp group of different like-minded people, you can do you can say it's satsanga, right? So you can do wonders, because even in science, believe that there is no correct answer. There is only a better answer. So when we discuss in the group, we used to discuss very small questions. It may be very, very silly in a senior point of view, but in that we discuss small questions which really come up well, and it really shaped me. If I am working in CIPLA now, because you can see that among the toxicologists, if you take 100 toxicologists, only 5% is located in pharmaceutical organizations like CIPLA or Dr. Reddy's or kind of things, right? So if I am in this position, that worked me a lot. And how I added the members, I told you earlier, I connected with the like-minded people through LinkedIn. It was my favorite platform, and I got through that. And it really worked, and now it's a very good big organization. However, I'm not very active now because of my current commitments, but still it is doing a lot of activities with the current new members on the field. And the next question was?
Some questions are like quite broad in terms of the preparations required, be it like the entrance examinations or like they can be answered live, I guess. So I think with that we shall wrap it up, and in your free time, please you may even answer them while you are online.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That was very wonderful.
Yes. So I will just conclude with some more point. I can see so many messages here. So I feel that preparing the finding a job, I have already told you in my the slides how to do it. It was like a stepwise approach. It definitely works. If you are not finding a job, if you are following that work, you can come and beat me also, because it will work. It is a proven method which I always followed in my start of my career. So that's what. And these recommendations, I do not think it will work much. Only it may work because I didn't get any recommendation so far, and I didn't wait for any recommendation to do. So I do not know exactly whether how far it will work. So that's it.
So yeah, that's a great, Alex, and please spend a little more time online and answer the questions.
Yes.
Because students may be curious to know answers.
Yes.
And I request you to answer. And it was indeed a great lecture.
Yes.
And maybe it was like igniting minds of students. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Delivering a great lecture. Thank you.
Yes.
And I request Dr. Guram to introduce the next speaker. So,
excuse me.
Yes, please.
Sorry,
Dr.
I just want to add something on recommendation letter, because maybe in the company jobs, recommendation letters are not very important. But if you go for a master's or PhD or postdoc programs in USA and other countries, recommendation letters, strong recommendation letters are very important. So those are important,
exactly.
really. Thank you.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Even for master programs and and the PhD, especially in Europe and USA, definitely you need a strong record. So, and you might have already witnessed when you applied for some of the fellowships here, even in India.
Yeah, summer
you need
research
recommendation from your mentors. So that I agree. And but the overall, the idea of Alex, I feel is that more than recommendation, it is you make the difference more than the recommendation. So I completely agree with both Alex as well, Dr. Purnima. Thank you so much for adding point, Purnima, and I thank Alex. Now you can take off, but please answer questions. And I request Dr. Raghuram to introduce Vivek Mishra to deliver the lecture. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. And exactly as the time moves to 12 o'clock, we are right on our track. with Mr. Vivek Mishra, founder and CEO of Fibro Wound Care Private Limited, Bengaluru, India. There were a couple of opinions which generated when we started that LinkedIn would be a very good platform, even compared to your Facebook and other social media platforms. And we could connect to Dr. Vivek Mishra through LinkedIn itself. So that's how, in fact, the connections would begin. And I would like to place it on record that Fibro Heal Wound Care has been a very attractive startup company which has gained a lot of insights into the wound healing mechanisms and other aspects, and the commercialism, etc. You can understand with the talk with Vivek Mishra delivering the talk. It is a biotech startup company which involves with healing of wounds through silk protein. So let us hear from him directly. He is a B Pharma graduate and a MBA from Odisha. He has worked in various capacities with companies like British Biologicals, Tata Chemicals, and all that experience which he has gained, he has translated it in Fibro Heal Wound Care, and that is where you can see the plan, preparation, and prosperity comes into the picture. FibroHill is the first company from India and a few in whole world to be leveraging the biomaterial, that is a non-textile application of silk and silk proteins to heal different types of acute and chronic wounds. He is involved with respect to the business management with relevant exposure in research and development, natural product development, in fact, product management, sales management, business development, how to launch new products, and various aspects related to that. Over to Mr. Vivek Mishra. Thank you for accepting the invitation. Over to you, sir. You may now.
Sure. Thank you very much, Professor Raghu, Professor Siddesh, and all the dignitaries and all the students. You know, it's a pleasure discussing with all of you, and I relive my young days when I discuss with all of you. So it's an important opportunity, and I will touch base upon some of the points which is relevant to business as well as which is relevant to all the students, because as a student I have been also once a student. I was also hunting for a job once, so I will touch base those points, and I will discuss about how you should look at various opportunities. Opportunities may be next to you and you may be, you know, not looking at it. So I will share my screen. I hope it's visible.
Share the screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So basically, FibroHeal is first company from India and few in the whole world to be leveraging silk to heal different types of non-healing, slow healing, and difficult to heal acute and chronic wounds. Now the question comes. First question: why FibroHeal? Why have you given this name FibroHeal? The answer lies in the next slide. See, silk cocoon. India is second largest producer of silk, and Karnataka is largest producer of silk in India. Now, silk cocoon has two proteins. One is sericin, the other one is fibroin. So we utilize fibroin protein and we heal wounds utilizing fibroin protein. That's why we have, you know, designated the name FibroHeal for the product or the company. As of now, we have commercialized 10 products. And more importantly, why I wanted to show this slide particularly is Karnataka produces so much of silk, and so much silk gets wasted in various value chain. And I'm sure everyone out here, and Mysore is one of the major hubs of silk. We procure a lot of silk cocoons, and even we have collaboration with CSRTI Mysore. So it's important that, you know, you look at various values which you can create for local resources. This is also in line with our PM's vision as well as, you know, country's vision of vocal for local and Atmanirbhar. You know, take the concept from that local area and bring something, develop something which can be put forth on the global platform. You need not necessarily, you know, always copy from the West. You can also develop a lot of indigenous thing from your own areas, local areas, and find a genuine solutions. Most important thing is you should be addressing a solution. For just now, what JSS HER is addressing to students is, you know, career catalyst, helping them find right career for them. So it's a problem what they're trying to address. And that's why when Professor Ram reached out to me, I accepted it that we should spend some time and let the students know that what a company looks from these students. More importantly, if you look at FibroHeal in third line particularly, I have mentioned it has economic multiplier potential. I am a business, I'm a profit-making business, but I'm creating value for three people. One is farmers who produce silk. Second is patients who are being treated, because right now a lot of 85% products are imported. And third is hospitals. We all read about a lot of hospital load on due to COVID and all those stuff. So we know that, in India, healthcare infrastructure still needs a lot of improvement. My message to all of you to start with is, or I'm sharing my purpose why I started this venture was to solve a genuine problem of acute and chronic non-healing wounds, and in the process use a material which has economic multiplier potential. This has been our journey. We registered the company in 2017, and we leveraged the non-textile application of silk proteins to develop innovative advanced and wound care products. And we never thought that we will be first time in India, few in the world, or what will happen, but the fun was in the journey. We filed IP, we have 2 patents in hand, 3 applied for. In 2019, we were winners of Leap. We were winners of Elevate 100. That is organized by Department of Information Technology, Biotechnology and Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka, as one of the most innovative biotech startup. Recently, this year, we won Startup of the Year award from again Government of Karnataka. We were finalists in CRPF National Grand Challenge. We were winners of Leap. And recently, we were acknowledged as winner of National Technology Award. Out of 12 companies who have won, we are one of that in 3 years time frame. And we are based in Bangalore, based in Karnataka, and utilizing a resource of Karnataka, that is silk. So this is a live example that you can develop something, create something from a local, local produce and make it to a global, take it to a global market. We have created our manufacturing plant, and we have been able to commerce, right from the silk concept, taking this protein, developing product, and able to put it into the market and being utilized in various patients. That gives a lot of satisfaction. Making money is a different aspect. Finding a job, and in the process, we have developed about 40-45 employment also. So, if my message is, you should focus on entrepreneurship at every level. Entrepreneurship is not a fancy designation. It is something where, you enthusiastically address a problem which exists. In my case, I will first touch base upon my journey, which will probably give you a lot of insights with, real case. And then, I will be open for questions. So the problem which I addressed was certain patients have difficulty in healing or no healing. Many patients have slow and complicated healings. There is increased hospitalization cost due to longer hospital stay and decreased quality of life during treatment or post-healing. So this is a problem which exists, and I'm sure you go to any state, any rural area, you will notice that, wound care is something which is often neglected. Now, the trigger was, we all know that a silkworm stays inside a cocoon, which is closed from every side, still it is able to breathe. And then we collaborated with various universities, various researchers, and one thing led to other, and we came up with this concept, and that's how FibroHeal was born. But more importantly, another message is collaborate. Don't be hesitant. Don't be shy when asking for help. Just openly ask it. If you don't know, don't know. There is nothing wrong in asking for help from anyone, whether you're friends, whether you're juniors, whether you're seniors, your professors, or anyone in the industry or anywhere. Coming to our solutions, it's biocompatible, because silkworm is used as a marker in many places. It is non-allergenic, non-cytotoxic. It allows air permeability. I gave you an example of silkworm and staying inside a closed cocoon. It has high tensile strength. You will be surprised to know that 1 gram silk is stronger than 1 gram steel, weight to weight. And that's why in First World War, silk was used as parachute ropes for airdropping a lot of soldiers. It has high tensile strength. Now I'm leveraging the 5th point, which is provide scaffold for tissue regeneration. For wound healing, you need to regenerate the tissue so that wound gets closed faster, and that's why we use the protein fibroin, and it's a thermostable material. I discussed about creating value, economic multiplier. In this photograph, I'm trying to show you these are silk growing farmers in various areas, Sidalghatta, Kolar, or Ramnagara, and that's how they produce. Now I identify those farmers, the cocoon are shortlisted, and we get broken cocoons. So we don't kill the silkworm. What happens? Silkworm, it releases an enzyme and it breaks the cocoon. So cocoon is broken, it becomes smooth and flies off and moves into the next phase of life of reproducing and others. The empty cocoon is my starting material. And from there, there are two proteins, sericin and fibrin. I utilize fibrin protein. So in the next photograph, you can see the broken cocoons. Third side, you can see young boys like you, half a dozen of them, who are from various colleges. And they are working on these things, these concepts, and in the process developing a product. So right from cocoon till a product which is being used in some of the top-notch hospitals like AIMS, Army Research and Referral, or Manipal, Victoria, Jipmar. Some of the major hospitals across the country are using it, and we are also in the process of obtaining European certification. They call it CE, Conformit European, to ensure that we are able to export these products to Europe. So small innovation, we have not done anything extraordinary, but we have just, aligned the thing, something which was local, which has the ability, and we collaborated together. I mean, we collaborated with IISc. There are a couple of students who are doing PhD with us under a program called PMRF, Prime Minister Research Fellowship. We have collaboration with various IITs as well as some universities from Australia and other places like Deakin. And one thing has led to other. So what I'm trying to tell you is, without giving too much of gyan, it's important for you to collaborate. It's important for you to ask. It's important for you to, discuss the problem and how a solution can be offered. Now, importantly, here I'm highlighting you the societal impact as well as the wound care impact, what we are creating. First, I will highlight you the silk industry as well as sericulture farmers, because you are based in Mysore and there is a lot of, knowledge which lies in the areas of Mysore. India produces 33,000 metric ton of silk per annum, and more than 10.6 lakh families in Karnataka are dependent on silk, and more than 80 lakh people across the country. So there is a huge impact what you can create with a sheer basic thing. Large amount of silk is wasted in value chain of reeling, weaving, and if it is used to develop low cost, innovative wound healing solutions, there can be an alternate source of income for farmers, as well as possibility of employment generation, as well as it will improve the economics of silk production. So all of us often cry that we are not getting this, we are not getting that, there is problem lies here, problem lies there. But it's we who have to come up with a solution. The same thing applies in every stage of life as well. So sericulture farmers who were doing things where, because they were only dependent on selling it to reelers and weavers, if we are able to create something and tomorrow we are able to, solve a problem for them or source from them directly, there is an alternate source. They have an alternative to sell it to a non-textile application oriented, or they can still use to, still sell it to reelers, weavers. Similarly, there is a new company which has come up, which is improving the value chain of silkish, Resa Mandi. You all should visit that website as well. Now coming to the wound care side. Considering this, we have developed wound care products which are affordable and cost effective. It lowers down the hospitalization cost, reduces the duration of hospital stay due to faster wound healing, minimal dressing changes, and increase the quality and longevity of life. Same silk which gets wasted, we are able to develop a high-end product which is used inside OT and ICU. So this is important. All of you should, gather this kind of thought process, because you are young brains in your 20s, 22, 24s. You guys should come up with, solutions to make an impact. And that's how the whole country will improve. This is an impact. I showed you cocoon. This is a case of a burn case, day 0, day 3, day 6, day 5, day 9. You can see one of my products being used on day 9. I'm just showing a couple of images because it's not very pleasant, but it's the fact that you need to address these kind of things. This is case of amputated diabetic foot ulcer in 12 days at AIMS Trauma Center, Delhi, where my product is being used, made of silk, which is sourced from various belts of Karnataka. Now, why this was particularly on the entrepreneurship side. Moving to the career side of it. All of you, since the topic is career catalyst and plan, prepare, and prosper. This plan, prepare, and prosper is used in every stage and every step of life, whether you are launching a startup, where you are planning your health to be improved, where you are, studying to pass a subject. So I will touch base upon the career side of it. First broadly, and then slightly in a detailed manner. It won't be a very, in a manner which can, which is more presentable, but it will be in a way which will make what is important for you in various areas, what kind of jobs I can look at, what kind of roles I can look at, which are the industries, which are the division functions which I should look at, and based on that you can devise your strategy. So life science healthcare graduates, there are 3 options. One is on research side, higher education, PhDs and others, and on management side. And see, everything is interrelated and it boils down to one thing, that is entrepreneurship. Why? Because you need, even if you're a QC officer guy, quality control or a manufacturing, you need to innovate at that step. How I can bring down the cost? How can I improve the function so that instead of producing 2000 units a day, how I can make it 3000 units a day? How I can ensure that my product, what it takes 6 hours to make, how can I do it in 2 hours? So all this is innovation. Entrepreneurship is not necessarily, it means that you should always run a company. You should, within a division, you should be able to run it in such a way that it's running in most optimal and efficient manner. So some of the options, what I am showing is in academia, I stand for corrections, and people from academic background can add a lot of value to this. Lecturer, assistant professor, technical assistant, scientific officer, administrative officer, and then rising in the ladder. In case of product industry, you can move into manufacturing, quality control, quality assurance, stores and purchases, regulatory affairs, product management, sales and marketing, or marketing communications, to name a few. I have highlighted all this a broad terminology. Manufacturing, quality control. The time you say again quality control, you say it is, one is in process quality control, one is after sterilization. So different stages are there. Similarly, in service industry, you can find a lot of intellectual property related work, audit and accreditations. I gave you an example that our company is ISO 13485. So there is an opportunity for life science graduates to be part of that team which audits various manufacturing units or the records. So there is an opportunity. Content and medical writing, clinical service right from human trials as well as animal model trials, phase 1, phase 2 as well as phase 3. Digital life science services. My friend Alex just mentioned that he has created a group of a lot of toxicologists. So there is a lot of opportunity, a lot of knowledge sharing can be done. Biotech IT services. We all heard about companies like Practo, Portia. So those kind of things, or even for that matter, a lot of contract research happening. So those things can be done. Project management and various employment related consultancy. Looking at this slide, you will feel that there is a lot of opportunity which exists, whether it is analytical development, technology transfer, product development, and not to mention there is a lot of concepts, lot of support which is being rendered to young students, institutes and colleges by companies like BIREC, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, Government of Karnataka, or Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Technology Development Board. So there is a lot of support, there is a lot of hand holding which is being offered. And generally, it's the students who should come forward, who should discuss with your faculty, find out solutions, and don't think much to connect to anyone if you want to ask anything. Most important thing is, don't try to do something which is too great. Just start it with good and then turn it to great. So these are the things which I wanted to highlight. Again, post which the next sector comes is management. Management, again, you can get into various aspects: human resource, hospital, facility, business, clinical director, practice, nursing, pharmacy, academic, you name it and you have an opportunity. So there is n number of opportunity which exist, and you should be able to leverage it. Now, most importantly, you need to face challenges, yet be brave and prudent while maintaining a positive approach. I will read it again for all of you. You need to face challenges. There is no escaping from that. Yet be brave and prudent while maintaining a positive approach. So with this, I will stop here, and I would like more of an interaction because I bring the expertise from company aspects, and I'm open for discussion, correction, or if someone wants to ask anything, I open for that. I would like it to be two-way. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, the session is open for discussion. If any questions, then feel free to ask. There was, in fact, a question already being placed related to entrepreneurship, which you have already answered. There was one question, if I am correct. Yeah. what are the problems, etc. And you have really answered that to the mark. And any questions, as the speaker prefers to have a two-way conversation, dialogue, in fact, that would be really helpful. Yeah. Sunetra, one of the panelists, have you applied for patent for your products? That's no, that was a direct message, or I don't know. Yes, the products which FibroHeal does is already patented, so I think that's an answer. Yeah. Any other questions?
No, it's important for all the students to prepare. And what happens, because I keep receiving CVs from various colleges across the country, as well as my team. One thing I noticed that, sir, where is an opportunity? Remember one thing, in the company, in startup, there is, there is no opportunity. You may have to create an opportunity. Sir, I'm good in this. I have done this. I have done mass spectroscopy. I can deal HPLC. Come up with a solution. I can do that. There is never an opportunity in a startup, and we take a call immediately. We don't, we decide, we don't create a lot of options in a startup. In established companies, there may be a role in QA, QC, but here suddenly we realize the candidate is good. Please offer and take him on board immediately. That kind of thing should. Secondly, for example, FibroHeal, it works very collaboratively with various universities. So what we do, I will give an example. College like RVCE, we have a collaboration with their biotech students. So third year students, we identify about 10 students, nurture them, offer them training. And out of that, we select 4 for their final year internship for BTech. And if they are good, we have job couple of them based on, so that way we also nurture. Even as a startup, if I'm able to make an impact in, say, on 10 students, because third year, if someone has gone in internship, I found this quite prudent idea to offer internship experience to third year students. And most often I have seen that students, they don't work a lot, on their projects. They think that just, we have to submit this, and so those kind of things. So we should offer them, a lot of learning opportunity. Give them, give them real problems. My team gave a task to one of the girls to develop a concept for diabetic foot ulcer. Although diabetic foot ulcer, why I'm saying that, because it has given her a perspective. Tomorrow when she goes for higher studies or joins a company, she intends doing a PhD, but she has a mindset, this is not indefinite research, but a research which will fructify into a product, and that product can later on pay for itself and create a lot of opportunities. So that is the kind of thing, academic industry should come together. Students should be groomed on those lines. To, rather just asking for going for research, what my research will impact how many people will get benefit out of this, those kind of things.
Hi, Dr. Vivek.
Yeah, hi.
This is Kanya. I have a simple question, Vivek.
Sure.
When this spark came to you that you want to become an entrepreneur, like when did you want? Was there in your gene since your graduation, or when did it occur?
Well, even it's a question which even I don't know when it occurred. But I come from a very humble family. My parents are teachers, and I stayed in what Alex mentioned, that you need to move out of. My roots are from UP. I grew up in Arunachal, graduated from Orissa, management from Pune, and moved to Bangalore. So while I was with Tata Chemicals, I used to interact with a lot of farmers. And during that point of time, I heard one story that silk sari lasts for years together, from grandmother to mother to daughter-in-law. This talks about, the quality of the material. Secondly, one thing led to other. There was no fixed way. I met a gentleman named Bharat who built a company in an animal health space called Vet Care. We joined hands together. We explored further. We visited, CSRTI, Mysore, Central Silk Board, various IITs. A lot of research was happening in IIT as well as at University of Tufts, based in US, in Professor Kaplan's lab. So once everything worked out, then how to make it regulatory in biotech life sciences is a big barrier. And to all the students over here, regulatory is something which pays well also. It's a dry subject. Subject. Yeah.
Dr. Vivek Mishra,
Yes.
very good talk, and you're working the product development, very good work. So do you work only on the wound healing product from the silkworm, silk proteins, or any other the application of silk proteins in various other applications?
Mostly we are leveraging the non-textile part of it. So we are leveraging wound healing or probably something related to cosmetics.
Cosmetics.
Yes.
Okay.
So on surface level of skin,
But
still we are not technically so sound that we can enter the body, because there is a lot of work. You can also, some soft like breast reconstruction and other you can do with silk, because it takes
but I don't want to ask in detail because everything is patented. You're using this silk protein along with the other materials so that that product should be very stabilized and usable, right?
Yes.
Okay. Alone silk you are not using.
No, we are using silk with couple of other materials as well.
Okay. Hope some of our student will approach you for your project so that it will be helpful.
No, we are quite open for this thing. We are quite open for collaboration. We are quite open to give opportunities if there is an opportunity, and of course that call will be taken by my R&D team, because there will be limited opportunities. But we are quite open for, if not in this slot, maybe next slot. We always accommodate. We are quite accommodative.
Definitely.
And I mean, we are quite open for new learnings, even from students, new ideas we pick up, and I mean that's the best way forward. Academic industry should move together.
Yeah, in our biochemistry, we basically worked on proteins related work, inflammation, some all these work. Hopefully, we will discuss you in future.
Surely, not a problem. And
nice of you, Vivek Mishra. And adding, I just want to take a note of your talk and your answering here and sharing your experience to students, because students should learn. We all know observation is the key for any science student or anybody. So observation actually solves 50%. Like you, see, you mentioned that when you visited CSRTI, some other places, and even Silsari, and that observation actually, watered your thoughts and for the idea. So this is what we actually want in our students, in all the students. So I think that will motivate, that will ignite you to come up with new ideas and to be a successful entrepreneur like Vivek Mishra. So it was indeed a great lecture, Vivek Mishra, and thank you so much. And also, we personally thank you for even offering our students to come over there, maybe in batches in the coming years to do their project. Thank you so much. Vivek Mishra.
Thank you, sir. If I have to pick couple of questions, in fact, the questions are how to contact with you. And as I earlier mentioned, he is very much available on LinkedIn, very professionally available.
Just now, Dr. Siddesh mentioned a point: observation. So if any of you would have seen my slide, in first slide there were 2 email IDs mentioned.
Exactly.
Email IDs. Yes. Exactly. That's the interesting part. And one thing which I would like to tell all the participants is the very immediate observation which you would make while you go through the profile of Vivek Mishra in LinkedIn is that I carefully observed the profile. All the interns have really provided a very good testimonial back to the employer, because it is very rare to see such a gesture, and it speaks volumes about what he's facilitating for the students. And in fact, it is a great contribution to students of life sciences from you to provide them the avenue and for them to plan, prepare, and again prosper. So with that note, I think you are the right person to talk about entrepreneurial skills.
Thank
you, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation and being here. Some questions are there. If you are available, you may please look into them. Sure. Thank you. With the permission of the chair and all the other panelists, may I request Dr. Siddesh Ajayam to introduce the next speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Raghuram. So it gives me an immense pleasure to invite and welcome Dr. Giridhar Shivlingaya, whom I know since 2007. So is currently working as a medical device quality specialist, the Technical Research and Development Group, Sandoz Gampier, Novartis, Austria. So, and before joining here, he also served as regulatory CMC associate manager in biosimilars. He obtained his MSc in biochemistry from Manasa Gangotri University of Mysore, where I met him for the first time. So he obtained a PhD from Medical University of Innsbruck and Australia, and later in from 2015 to 18, he worked as postdoctoral research associated in the same university, and he also received the funding, which is important for his work, for his research from Austria government, and in 2012, and he also received a competitive MCDO PhD fellowship in 2010, and he has more than 10 publications in reputed journals. And one important thing I want to mention, he is a great sports person. I know since his days at the University of Mysore. So he was a chess player, and he won actually in the university chess championship. As well, after going Austria, I think he started powerlifting. So he represented both at the state level and the national level there, and he has even bagged many times, maybe 5 or 6 times, he has bagged powerlifting championships. So this shows that for a successful man or to be healthy, both in terms of mind and the body, I think we need to have the good practices in our life. So it's a pleasure for me to invite and welcome Dr. Giridhar to deliver a lecture. And Dr. Giridhar, please, you can carry on with your presentation. And you can share now. You can stop, like you can share so that automatically it will end my share. Thank you.
Thank you, Siddesh, for those kind words, and good to see you after a very long time. I'm sharing my screen, and I hope it's visible. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, like I said, I agree with you. A good coordination between a body and mind is very much important. It solves most of our health issues, actually. And with that, I would say hi to everyone who are attending this webinar. And I hope that you and your family are safe during this pandemic. And I wish you all very much needed strength during this time. And please take precautions. And let's hope that this time passes soon and we all get back to our normal life. So coming to this presentation, future prospects of a biochemist. Academia versus industry. I was being asked the same question again and again with a lot of my friends and also a lot of my juniors, like, because I was the one who was in academia before, like I did PhD and I have done 2 postdocs, and then I jumped to industry. So I know better which I want and which one you have to choose. Or I'm not saying which one you have to choose, but I'm here to give you options so you can choose which you want. So I was being asked, so then I thought, okay, well, let's give a presentation and let's see what the response from the students are. So I got to know that the audience is very versatile for today's webinar, so I decided to start from basics. So the first few slides are for the students who just joined biochemistry, let's say. And for the others, it's just a repetition of what you already know. So apologies for that. So what is the whole purpose of us being here? I mean, the career catalyst, it's a really interesting title for this webinar, because that one word which caught my attention was this word catalyst. We all know what is a catalyst, something that accelerates the rate of reaction without itself being altered. But why here? I thought a lot about it, but then I came to realize that okay, we, the speakers of this webinar or the professors of your institution or the research scholars, we in a way are acting as a human catalyst to help you understand, plan, future, and better, having a better career in your respective fields. I'm sorry. Okay. So yeah, with that, without further ado, I would like to continue with the presentation. So yeah, well, some of you who are new to this field have a lot of questions, but many of you who are actually not new might have also had the same question when you joined this biochemistry. Even I had this question when I joined biochemistry. So everybody says, look, okay, you're joining biochemistry. Is that a good career? Why not choose organic chemistry? It's more basics. Some even said, why not biotechnology? It's applied and it has a good scope. But I decided to join biochemistry, and I'm pretty sure that you have made a good choice in choosing biochemistry, and I never regretted that I chose biochemistry. So the next question is, what is the future of biochemistry? Well, for this, you will have to wait a little bit more to get the answer. And can biochemists make good money? Of course, money makes a lot of difference because you have to make a living, not just in research, but also if you have to go to industry jobs. Money is important. You have to make living, you have to take care of your family. Yeah, you have to eat food, right? So money is important. And what career options does your biochemistry lead to? So I will not answer these questions right now, but in the course of my presentation, somewhere you will actually find the answers. So, like I said, first things first, who is a biochemist? What is biochemistry? Like a couple of days ago, I asked the same question to one of my friends. Like, what do you say? Who is a biochemist? He said, yeah, whoever studied biochemistry in university, well, he's a biochemist. And then I asked, okay, I have studied mathematics during my university. Am I a mathematician? He just laughed and said, no, my friend, it doesn't work like that. He was actually right. It doesn't work like that. If you just study, it doesn't help. You have to be formally trained in the knowledge and practice of biochemistry. So what is biochemistry? It's classic textbook definition. It's nothing that I made. So it's chemistry of life. It's a process that takes place inside all living things at a cellular level and molecular level. It's also lab-based science, which utilizes the knowledge of biology, physiology, chemistry to understand and solve biological problems, and it is the bedrock and nucleus of all other life science. You can find this in all textbooks and also internet. It's nothing special. So why do you want to study biochemistry is the next question. Of course, whatever you study, you acquire a special set of skills. With biochemistry, you acquire analytical skills, observation, scientific writing. What scientific writing is an important part. I will come back to that later. You get creative thinking, communication, presentation, research capacity, problem solving ability, time management, planning, numbers, maths, and IT skills. Well, IT skills, well, yes, the basic IT skills is what I mean. So you can ask the question, okay, well, can we not acquire all these skills in any other field? Well, I would say yes, you might acquire. But why choose biochemistry? For me, it's like it is the closest. Biochemistry is the closest where you can understand how and why things work the way it should, right? For example, a cell. Why the cell works the way it should work, how it should work. This is how you understand in biochemistry. You will never understand this in zoology or something, right? So this is why I chose biochemistry. Okay, so like I said, the first few slides are just basics you will find in any textbooks. You don't have to read everything. So like I said, what is the future of biochemistry? Well, I say biochemistry is the science of the future. For me, it is very rapidly developing. It's very extremely important subject, and one can make a successful career. I'm not saying everybody can make a successful career, but most of them can. And the ones who fail, I will come back to that later why. So biochemistry, it offers more alternatives than any other streams of science. You get a lot of openings, not just in research and development in science departments or in universities, but you also have a lot of openings in industry, laboratories, and hospitals if you are a biochemist. Well, in India, you need, I think, MPhil or PhD to work as a scientist, but if you're applying abroad, you don't need a PhD to work as a scientist. You just need MSc in biochemistry and maybe a couple of years of experience as in research. That should be enough. And if somebody is interested in research, but they don't want to spend 4 years, 5 years doing PhD, they can even join as research assistants after your MSc, like in CSIR, which is in Mysore, and ICMR, even IASC in Bangalore and III, and also a lot of defense labs also recruit scientists nowadays. And well, if you're into teaching, you can also teach at college or university level after completing your MSc. And yeah, I was also into teaching after my MSc before I joined my PhD. And also, like one of the author mentioned before, biochemists are also employed in marketing departments. Yes, that's also true. And nowadays, there are lots of courses that are offered at BSc and MSc level, which are in biochemistry. And not only those, also there is a new field emerging in engineering, biochemical engineering, where BTech and MTech level courses are offered by, BTech and MTech level also teach biochemistry in their courses. So what's the scope? I mean, it is a very diverse. It has so many wide applications in every field, let's say, like in medicine, diagnostics, pharmaceuticals, biotech, microbio, veterinary, agriculture, and even, even dairy sciences. So actually saying there is a lot of demand for biochemists all over the world, not just in India, not just in US, in Europe, in Asia, everywhere. There is just, the demand is just growing every day, especially if you have a specialization in one of these things like cell biology, genetics, or something. Specialization, what I mean here is, let's say you have done MS in biochemistry and chose to do research, let's say in cell biology for a couple of years and so on. So this is what I meant by specialization. So of course, like the first question, like, does biochemists earn enough? Yes, they earn good money, honestly speaking. So in US, biochemists can expect to earn an average of like 88,000 per year. Well, this is an average and it is always subject to change. Well, it takes into account your qualification, your experience, even in US, which state you're working in, and yeah, everything, your job profile, everything counts. So it could be less, it could be more. So this is an average, I would say. So what is the future of biochemists? Let's say, I mean, this is just a statistic which says that in the next 10 years, it will be one of the fastest growing occupations. It means like out of 100 jobs created, you will have 16 out of those which are occupied by biochemists in the next 10 years. So given the job environment today, biochemists are, well, quite lucky that only 3% are unemployed. Well, 3% is a lot considering the population and considering the people who are graduated every year, especially in India. So what are your options? Like I said, the audience are very versatile, so I decided to start from BSc. So I will give you what I did and what my friends did, so you can decide what you want to do. So you, let's say you are in Bachelor's of Science, BSc. So what do you do after BSc? Well, normally everybody does MSc, but some, because of financial problems or something, they choose to go for a job. Could be an industrial job, anything. And some people, even I don't understand even now, they join MBA, like they enter into corporate world. And I will not go deep into this because my understanding is very limited in that field. So let's say you go for masters, and then what after masters? Some people are really interested in research, and some people say, no, research is not for me. I want to join a job. So people who are interested in research join PhD, like I did. I joined my PhD, and yeah, some of my friends who didn't want to do PhD, they just joined job in industries. So after PhD, you also have a chance. If you don't like research, you can always go back to a job in industry. It's always open. And also after PhD, if you want to explore more new things, then you can also do postdoctoral fellow, and then you can join job. This is always an option, right? It's not too late. Like people say, yeah, you've done PhD, you've done postdoc, you're overqualified, it's very difficult to get a job in. No, this you don't have to believe. There is always a way to get back. It all depends on you. So what I did was I did my PhD in cell biology, and then I did my first postdoc in bioinformatics. Right? Yes, it was completely different. Like, yeah, one of the speakers before me said, if you want to see growth in your life, you always have to come out of your comfort zone. So this was my comfort zone. I did BSc, MSc, PhD in life science. That was like so comfortable for me. I was very happy in my comfort zone. But then I decided, okay, if I am in this comfort zone, I will never grow. Then I chose, okay, let's see. I chose my first postdoc in bioinformatics, and I had zero knowledge about programming, but I learned programming and I was doing programming in my first postdoc. And then after that, I decided to move to biophysics for my second postdoc, where I purified protein. Well, this is more of a biochemistry, where you purify protein, you're using various analytical techniques. And then what I did was to crystallize the protein and get a diffraction pattern and solve the structure of proteins. So this is what I did in my second postdoc, which is also like quite challenging because I never thought I would take them to X-ray diffraction machine, take the diffraction patterns and solve the structure like computational modeling. And in MSc, I think you have seen the X-ray diffraction pattern of a DNA. I mean, you see, and then people say, "Oh, it's a DNA," but in reality, it's not like that, because the X-ray diffraction pattern is just the atomic. It's just electron cloud what you see. So you can never elucidate the structure just by looking at the pattern. So this is what I understood after I did my second postdoc. So after postdoc, now currently I joined Novartis because I wanted to explore more like how industry works. But if you don't want, if you still want to continue your research, you can always write grants, take students, teach them, and get a tenure position. And eventually you will end up being a professor where you can also teach and you can also do your research. But the in-between steps might differ in different countries, but the end result is the same. You get a tenure position as a professor or associate professor. So this is what you have, the options. But which road should you take? This is up to you, because industry and academia, according to me, they both go hand in hand. One cannot survive without the other. That's my understanding, that's my opinion, because whatever you do in the academia, it has to go to industry. Because let's say you have discovered something great, some great molecule that can cure cancer, you publish it. But yes, you publish it, people read about it, but how does it reach to common people? Industry. They have to take up this molecule, go for large scale production, do clinical trials, human trials, and then commercialize it. So yes, both are important, but what do you choose? Like, do you want to go to industry or do you want to go to academia? Because it's not an easy question to answer, because a lot of things come into your mind. Okay, well, job security, money, freedom, responsibility, a lot of things. So you have to think a lot before choosing. But I am here to just give you the option and let you choose what is best for you. So I'm just saying the pros and cons of academia and industry so that you are aware how things work. So let's say research freedom. So you have in academia more freedom in choosing your own research. Let's say something doesn't work. You're doing an experiment. Let's say you're doing ELISA today and it doesn't work. You can come back tomorrow, try something new. But in industry, it's never possible. It's all established. You have established protocols. You have to follow protocols. Even if you deviate from your protocol, it might make a huge impact. It can create a lot of problems. So you cannot deviate from protocols. And in academia, you can work on, like, let's say 1 or 2 projects. And if both projects work, you end up in good publication. And at least you hope one of the projects will work during your PhD or in your research. But in industry, it's different. It's like I work on 6 different projects, like completely different projects. Some of them are in development stage, some of them are in commercial phase. So it's like, it's not an option. It's like you have to do it. You don't have an option there. And opportunities. Well, some say, yes, industry has more opportunities, academia has less opportunities, but it's kind of debatable. What do you mean by opportunities? It's not that academia has less opportunities. I don't mean like research institutions or universities are not posting any jobs. So no, I'm not saying that. So what I mean here is that in academia, you have to write grant. If you have to publish. If you don't publish, you perish. That's a general saying in academia or in research. So publish, write grants, hope for a tenured position, and then your life is settled. So this is academia. But industry, it's different. You don't have to worry about your publications. You don't have to worry about your grants. If there is a vacancy, you apply, you get a job or not. So this is what I mean by opportunities. And of course, salary is a little bit less in academia, and in industry, it's relatively high. So in the graph, you can see a comparison between US, Canada, and Europe. And academic biochemists earn a little bit less, and commercial, like industry guy, he earns a little bit more. But it's an average, let's say, but it's not so much different, right? I would say. And of course, the impact in academia is higher, according to me, my personal opinion. So you get a lot of recognition in academia, you get a lot of respect, and you have a lot of influence on your next generation. So let's say you did wonderful research, you published in a very high impact factor journal, let's say you published in Nature, and you have so much respect and recognition in your research community. You actually tell your students, like, I have published in Nature. That's something which you get in academia. But if you are in industry, you will never have that privilege. So in industry, it's only monetary based. Let's say, I personally say that when I was in regulatory, we had approval for one of our drug products in FDA. That's a big achievement, but it's nothing. It's only monetary based. You get increasing paycheck. That's it, nothing else. And job security, well, this is highly debatable. I would say in academia, it's high, and in industry, it's low. But some say the other way around, in academia, low, in industry, high. But what I would say is, like, if you have a tenured position, you're pretty much fixed in academia. You don't have to worry much. Whereas in industry, you always have, like, it's more like in West, you say you have 1 feet on the street. Like, you never know at what time the company might say, okay, we don't need you, sorry. You never know. It could happen anytime. So that's the security you have. But yeah, as long as you have a good position and as long as your company is growing, it's fine. And also you have freedom to explore the horizon in academia. Like you can try new things, you can experiment on new things, and you can try new pathways. You have a lot of things to explore. But in industry, it's more based on supply and demand. Like if there is a demand, you have to supply. You cannot do experiments. You have very low freedom for that. And the responsibility, it's wide. And this responsibility goes together with research freedom, and it explains the same. Where in industry, you have standard procedures, you have SOPs, and you have to follow this standard operating procedures. And you cannot deviate from that, right? Because if there is a small thing that happens during your procedure, you will end up losing millions of dollars or millions of euros, which is not good for the company, right? So you always have to follow the procedure. And well, considering flexibility, if you're a research scholar, you're relatively flexible. Let's say you have an appointment today morning, you say, okay, I cannot start at 9 o'clock, I can start at 10 o'clock. It's relatively flexible. As long as you have results, you're fine. You can publish, you can have a nice career. But in industry, it's kind of stressful sometimes, because you have to have all the monthly reports, quarterly reports, and year-end reviews. You have a lot, because that's industry. You cannot change that. In every industry, it's the same. So what kind of jobs, industry jobs, can I expect either after BSc or MSc, or even after PhD or postdoc? So let's say majority of the graduates opt for pharmaceutical companies. They either go for scientist positions or scientific writers, because this is like nowadays it's becoming more and more popular, scientific writing, and regulatory affairs, quality assurance, quality control. So these are all the jobs which you can apply in pharmaceutical company. And apart from that, you can also join food and beverage industries, ensuring food quality and safety as a quality control guy. Apart from that, you can also be a biomedical scientist, forensic scientist in forensic institutions. And like I said, you can also join sales and marketing if you're good in convincing people to sell the right technical and medical research products. And of course, in hospitals and clinics, labs always want biochemists, because they are the one who are proficient in analyzing samples and making reports. And of course, you can also join publishing organizations for proofreading, reviewing scientific articles, and you get paid for that. And I myself was a co-editor of one of the reputed journals during my PhD, but not anymore. And if you're good, if you're financially stable, you can actually start your own company, right? So with that, I said 3% are unemployed. Why is the question, right? So if you want to succeed in this field, you don't have to be always hardworking, but you also have to be working smart. So it's not how much you understand the things, but it's how much you apply in the real world. It's like, okay, you understand something. Well, yeah, you have to apply it in your real world. That's where your technique, that's where your talent comes in. And dedication is always important. People, some people are lazy. These are the ones who fall in that 3% category, I would say. And you always have to have scientific curiosity. Always ask questions. There is no stupid question. If you're asking question, it only means you want to know, you want to understand. Just keep your scientific curiosity always high. Be inspired, be curious, always. It's always good. And have a vision, have a plan, objective, right, in your life, in your career. So this is always important. Even if you're a biochemist or even if you're in a different field, this is always important. Success, it doesn't only mean financial success. If you're in a research, it could also be your successful research career, like publishing in a good journal and having a good impact on the society in your research, right? This is also a success, right? And you always need guidance and support. You cannot walk this path alone. I didn't walk this path alone. I always had help from my professors, my research scholars, and especially also guidance from Siddesh sir, I know. You always have to approach your professors, lecturers, research scholars, because they have already walked this path and they know what is better and what is not. So it's always good to ask them, approach them, right? But in the end, whatever we do, whatever guidance we give, whatever support we give, in the end, it always comes down to you, what you want, what you choose in the end, right? We cannot say like, okay, you choose this one, this is better for you. We cannot say that. We can only say like, okay, these are the options which looks better for you, but what do you want? You have to choose, right? In the end, it always comes down to you. And with that, I would like to show the final slide of my presentation. So I had opportunity to interact with all these great people during my PhD, and I have discussed my research, and also they have discussed their. I even had opportunity to have breakfast with some of them. Yeah, all the first 5 of them are Nobel Prize winners. And Alex Jeffries, he's not a Nobel Prize winner, but you all know that he's a father of genetic fingerprinting. He's a very nice guy. I had a lot of interaction with him for my research related stuff. So yeah, so with that, I would like to end my presentation. And please, sorry, yeah, so that's the end of my presentation. Sorry.
So
if you have any questions,
yeah. Yeah, you can. Yes, it is important at this condition. Yes.
Precaution is always good.
Yes, precaution.
So if you have any questions, I'm open, and you can also write in the Q&A. I'm here for some more time so I can answer them directly.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Giridhar, for interesting, and actually it was informative for not only biochemistry but those who are in other life science field. Everyone should understand biochemistry is the chemistry of life. So wherever there is life, definitely biochemistry is there. So you all, I hope he gave, a brief, and but it's not just brief, actually, honestly speaking. See, he has given the wide opportunity what we have in academia as well the industry, and he has clearly differentiated the difference, between academia and industry. And it was a great talk, Dr. Giridhar. Thank you so much for
thank you.
Spending your valuable time with us and our attendees. Thank you so much. And audience, attendees, if you have questions, you can ask now and interact with Dr. Giridhar, and even you can write questions in the Q&A so that he will be there for a little more time so that he can answer you. And yes, any questions, Dr. Raghuram? Can you please look
yes,
into that?
yes, sir.
Because
I'm looking into a couple of them.
Yeah.
In fact, hello, Dr. Giridhar. I hope
yes, of course, I remember you.
Yeah. Okay. So there are a couple of questions like if I study a course through online resources like recorded lectures on YouTube, book, or Swayams, I won't get any official certificate. Can I add that in my CV? But Swayam, they'll get a certificate. But how to nurture their CV is something, the baseline of the question, in fact.
So yes, that's correct. There are some courses which you can do online, but you will not get certificate. But like I would say, knowledge is always important. Knowledge is the first thing. Knowledge is power, I would say. So if you have knowledge, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter what you put on CV. Even you can put you have studied law on your CV. But when they call for interview, you should be able to answer those questions. That is important. It doesn't matter what you put in your CV. That's how I feel. If you're putting something in your CV, you should be able to defend it. They don't ask for your certificates if you're in an interview. Nobody asked my PhD certificate so far. Right?
Yes, exactly.
Exactly.
And I think that
is right. And I think we need to recall what Alex mentioned. It's you, because we can give record, but if there is no content in your brain, then definitely nobody can help. So it is you. It is you. It is you. I also want to recall Swami Vivekananda's quote in Canada.
Yeah, you are the architect of your own life.
You are the architect of your own life. So it's a great. And next question, please.
Yeah, I think we are running out of time.
Okay.
More or less, the questions are on the same pattern, I think. And Dr. Giridhar is kind enough to answer them online, and he has accepted that part as well. So nice of you, sir.
So thank you so much, Dr.
Yeah. Thank you, and I wish you all the best with this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, Giridhar.
Thank you. Thanks.
With that note, Dr. Siddesh Ajay, you may now introduce Dr. Sunil Parthasarathi.
Hi, Dr. Sunil. I hope you are there.
Yes, I'm very much here, Siddesh.
Okay, so Dr. Sunil Parthasarathi, whom I know almost like 2010, no,
2006, 7.
Oh, okay, 2006. So he's a great guy and a big man. At that time, we all used to call him Giant because a very good friend of mine. He is working as technical leader with the Almac Group, Belfast, United Kingdom. And before joining Almac Group, he actually worked as scientist in for Aurobindo Pharma, Hyderabad. And he graduated from University of Mysore, MSc Biochemistry. And then he did his PhD at University of Hyderabad. And he is the recipient of Commonwealth Split Site Fellowship. And it was actually supported by University of Dundee, Scotland, UK. And he was nominated as internal expert in institutional biosafety committee and also departmental safety committee. And he has published a couple of research articles and book chapter, as well as, to his credit, he has one Indian patent. So with that, I would request Dr. Sunil Parthasarathi to take over and deliver his lecture. I welcome you. Thank you. You can start sharing your slides.
Yes. Hello, everyone. So good morning, good afternoon, or good evening from wherever you are signing in. Thanks very much, Dr. Siddesh, for introducing me for the talk today. And it's nice seeing Dr. Kumar after a very long time. I haven't seen him since he left for his postdoc very earlier in his career. So nice seeing you, Dr. Kumar. And thanks to JSS AHR and Dr. Siddesh for inviting me to give a small introductory talk here about what is the importance of biochemists in academia, research, and industry. So I am sure I was blown away by Giridhar's seminar, and I think the talk that he gave encompasses most of the things that most of us would like to discuss, or most of whatever information that would be required for people to know is already been shared. I'm sure the other panelists and have more enlightening things to bring across to the venue, and I hope people who are attending will really certainly benefit a lot from that. And I'm sure they will be able to plan their career very well in advance and hopefully get good success. Whatever that is that they anticipate should be very much easy for them to reach the goals. So, well, as Giridhar said, as Giridhar said, the whole thing about why did he choose to become a biochemist, or what exactly was it that he came across as a challenge and everything else, it's pretty much very similar. The roadmap is very similar, with a couple of, it's more like a tree where you have a couple of branches here and there where people branch out to venture different things and do things differently, and they end up in a different venue, and they achieve a lot. I'm certain that people here would love to do that, and I'm just here to give a small brief talk about what exactly how exactly that could be accomplished over this. So, well, I'm Dr. Sunil Parthasarathi. So I am a technical leader here at Almac Group in Belfast. Fine. So I have to advertise the company that I work for. So we are around 6,000 employees globally. So we contribute to around 61% of all FDA approved new molecule entities from 2017 to 19. The company is over 50 years of experience in pharmaceutical sciences, and we provide a client service to almost all the top 25 biopharma companies, and we have 18 facilities globally, from United States to Japan, in Europe, in UK. There are a couple of sites in India as well. So we provide a wide variety of services. We provide diagnostic services. We provide API and chemical developments, pharmaceutical development, analytical and solid state services. We provide clinical services, clinical technologies, and also other commercial services. But I particularly work for API services and chemical development department. So, well, what does a biochemist have a role to do in an API, an active pharmaceutical ingredient development services? That is more of a chemistry oriented job, isn't it? So, but what exactly am I doing here? Well, first, the location is in, if you can see, I am based out here in Northern Ireland. That is, the whole island is Ireland, but Northern Ireland particularly is a union with the United Kingdom. So I'm practically in United Kingdom, but not so far away from Ireland. Well, if you have to know about Belfast, so I'm sure everyone would remember the great, the biggest blockbuster of all times, Titanic. So if you see the movie Titanic, so the first thing that that catches your mind is, oh, this is a huge boat. I'm sure it must have taken a lot of time and time to build it. Where did they build it? They built it here in Belfast. So there is a museum here in Belfast about Titanic as well. Well, let me get to you about what exactly I did, so that this is in nowhere in conjunction with what you should be doing or what you would like to do. So it is just what I did. So, well, earlier in when I did my high schooling, and then when I did my pre-university training, so I was not good at math. I will agree that I was not very good at math. So I mean, not that I recall now that I was a bit very. I mean, math used to give me a bit of pensive atmosphere. So whenever I used to read those texts and read about the formulas and how did they formulate and come up to that thing, it always used to make me a bit jittery. But biology was very much thing that I really enjoyed. Chemistry was something that I really enjoyed, and I could easily understand, or I had nothing much to look about where I needed help in regarding this or something. So if I read it plainly, I would know, right? Yeah, this is what is happening. That is because of the such and such rules that apply in chemistry and biology. So it was very easy for me. So what I thought was, I thought I like any other late bloomers, I was left out with an option. What do I do? What should I be doing? I was not sure. So, but I did enjoy doing life in biology or life sciences or chemistry. So what should I do? So then I came across, right, I might need some more training or some more time to figure out what exactly I would like to do. So I started out with a basic degree, Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry, Botany and Zoology in Yurajas College in Mysore. So while pursuing the degree, I found out biochemistry was something that was very interesting because it was easy for me to remember all the structures and where all the molecules fit in and how each one work amongst each other. So that was very much, I thought there is something more that I would like to dig in and learn more. And biochemistry seemed to me like the subject which had the pivot towards where I could swing into any other branches later on if I wanted. So I figured out I should be looking for a biochemistry degree, a master's in biochemistry, which I enrolled in 2000. Which I finished in 2008. So after that, just like any other anybody else in the university or anyone else who was studying biochemistry at that time, I wanted to find out where exactly would I fit in or what exactly would I enjoy doing. So that's when I did an internship in Biocon, in enzymes division in Biocon, about how do they operate or what exactly is that they do. So do I have an opportunity in going towards industry? What exactly should I learn to? What is the skills that I should gain to get into an industry? So those 2 months in Biocon was an eye opener. So I thought, right, proteins and enzymes, people have already worked enough on that. People have already learned a lot worked a lot on that, and they know everything about enzymes and proteins, how they work, the structures from everything. So I went to the enzymes division just to help them with the analytical things that goes on there. So all my work was majorly doing enzyme assays, collecting samples, making sure that all the reports and everything are in line with the quality systems that they are following. So I thought, okay, if I keep doing this day in and day out, would I really enjoy myself doing that? So, but then I thought, yes, this is something that I would enjoy doing. But what if I have some more training about how exactly they make the enzymes or any other developments that I can make for the enzymes? That's when I figured out a PhD would be much better. But at that time we had in biochemistry, I guess most of them would remember, 2 professors from University of Bern in Switzerland, Martin and I can't remember the lady's name, sorry. Martin Schweingruber, the couple were Schweingrubers. So they used to teach us molecular biology, and they were very proficient with that, and with the amount of passion and enthusiasm that when they had retired, they would dissipate the knowledge of what they had done through the years. So that was very, very much attractive and very encompassing. And I thought, right, so molecular biology is something that is very interesting and maybe I should give it a try. So that's when I signed up for my PhD in University of Hyderabad under Professor Dayananda. And then, well, I have a position now. How do I fund my PhD? So that's when Shanta Biotech, the vaccine company, was interested in funding students to do their PhDs, and I got into their research funding program and did a junior research fellow for 3 years then. And then my guide was very much and was internationally trained. So he figured out that to get into such an environment, it would be better to have some sort of international training and exposure, so that I will know how the other laboratories in the world work and how they collaborate amongst themselves and how they operate, so that I can bring those practices here and try to inculcate them in the laboratory that I was working for. So that's when I started applying for a couple of other fellowships abroad, and then I was fortunate enough to get into the Commonwealth Fellowship from British Council. So I chose to spend a year in the University of Dundee in UK, so which was a very good experience. And the laboratory with Professor Tracy Palmer, whom I worked for, she's a fellow of Royal Academy and the exceptional leader, an exceptional mentor. So she, the discussion session that she put across and everything was very interesting. And those were all the laboratory practices and everything, how they follow the safety, how do they do each task, and how they plan up the whole experiments, and how do they come to an inference with a result, and with that result, how they formulate an hypothesis, how they test it further, and everything was very, very interesting. So after that, I was just like everybody else. So I was a bit pensive. What do I do next? So, well, my PhD, I have to end my PhD. And what do I do next? So I was just like a regular student, a PhD student who is almost towards end of his drafting his thesis. So what exactly should I do next? So I figured out a couple of options I had was to do a postdoctoral fellow, and for which I had applied to various universities, got accepted in a few. But at the same time, I also enjoyed my association with Biocon and how I worked there and how the work culture there was. So then I figured, well, what about an industries tend to know about how can I put my applicative knowledge into a commercial perspective and see is that really something that I have the knowledge that I've gained is of some value in a commercial setup. So can I base my career out of that? So that's when a new division called Orozymes was starting up in Aurobindo Pharma. So for most of them who know or who do not know about Aurobindo Pharma, so they are one of the top generic manufacturers in India. And they wanted to try out new technologies into their chemical R&D process. So as you know, in a chemical process, so there is always a possibility of having two or more isomers in a reaction, but enzymes on the other hand have an higher advantage of pushing the reaction thermodynamics towards having one particular isomer, which is in most of the pharmaceutical cases the most required isomer, or has the proper biopotential to be used in any drug candidates. So that's when they started employing people to work on enzymes, to make technology using enzymes, and to build up a commercial unit based on that. And for this day, it's still operational. And while at Orozymes, they also used to come up with some multitude of other projects. Like, can we make antifungals? Can we make antibiotics? So how can we, since it was based on a biology setup, how can we do it? So then I pretty much took up a job in the proof of concept team. So that is my job there was, I was given a laboratory which had molecular biologists, which had protein purification experts, and also had fermentation development team. So all my job was to provide a proof of concept for a molecule. So they would say, well, the board would come up with a molecule which they think they can market and has some potential down in the future. So they would bring it up to us and see that if we can make it commercially viable. So my team and my group used to try out those proof of concepts. And later on, there used to be a technology transfer team or a pilot scale transfer team. And they would take up the pilot scale study, see if the economics of the whole process works out. And that from then, the commercialization aspect and then the scale up activities, the manufacturing activities, and everything else would come. So, but here, so the job required that I have prior knowledge of molecular biology and protein purification and everything else, but I lacked a couple of skills which I thought would help me survive in an industry, that is the QBD approach, how to follow the quality standards laid out by the company, the safety standards that has to be laid out. So that's when I became I chose to become the biosafety expert in that at Orozymes, and I started liaising with the government bodies to know about what sort of biosafety should we implement in the laboratory, and how can we make that better, what can we improve upon. And then in a couple of in some more time, so I thought just doing proof of concepts and signing up there would not be a very valuable thing for me. So I wanted to know more, learn more. So what else can I do? So I know that now the biosafety would encompass even the manufacturing sectors. So how can I extend my skill towards the manufacturing sector? So I started slowly from proof of concept to start moving things across the line. So I started getting involved in the pilot scale experimental setups. So I started interacting with the pilot scale people who used to run pilot scales, and how do they plan up their experiments, because it's all big money. So from you're moving something from your laboratory into a pilot scale, that is an entirely different venue. So I started how things that I worked in laboratory in the R&D facility would work in a pilot scale facility, and what are the problems that they face in pilot scale facility, and how they fix upon that, and how I can come back to the drawing board and forehand prepare about how I can counter those things in the laboratory itself, so that they move in a lot smoother way to the pilot scale facility and further the production facilities. So I got involved in that. I started discussing with people. I was involved in discussions. So there's always an R&D guy who sits in the corner of a big technical and meeting, and I started gaining more knowledge about how quality approaches and everything. And from then I started moving further. So my role currently here is in Almac will be as a technical leader in biocatalysis. So as I said, the enzymes which make chemicals in a more suitable way. So how can we make that in a more commercial setup, and how can we contribute? So since Almac works on new molecule entities, so I worked on generic molecules earlier. So how can I use my experience with the generic molecules that I have worked into new molecule entities? So newer enzymes, newer way of making enzymes, and newer way of making new molecule entities. So that's where I am now. So I'm at the biocatalysis development, and I make scale-ups, and I then technology transfer onto our various sites all over the world, so that we can have good commercial input to the company. So as I said, I have nothing more to contribute here besides what Giridhar and others have already spoke before me. But anyway, here goes my attempt towards something. So how does this biocatalysis or biocatalysts work? So from the bioinformatics search engines or metagenomic approaches, we develop clones, or we DNA synthesize them. So from that clone development and DNA synthesis, we select expression hosts, and then from expression, once we have a solid expression host and some solid experimental data about them, so we go to a small scale laboratory study about how the parameters or different parameters work along that. From then we transfer that onto a bench scale, and then to a pilot and production scale. So I'm involved in the bench scale and pilot scale. So I'm liaising with these two departments so that our molecules, whatever we develop in lab, have a good commercial ending. So, well, how does biochemistry help in all of these? So, as I said again and again, nothing that others have already not told before. So it's a subdiscipline of both biology and chemistry. So, but I beg to differ, and I say, when you say who is a biochemist, he must be a jack of all and master of only one. So that is with my experience with pilot and production skills now. So I have to look into the engineering, a couple of engineering aspects that encompass the whole production. So to cool a solution down in a laboratory scale would probably take you take a tube, you dip it in ice, it cools down rapidly. But when you come to an industry scale setup where you have 100,000 liters that you have to cool, so you can't dip that 100,000 liters into a small, into a big ice bucket. That would require a really big ice bucket. So, but with the engineering principles that they can use to cool the solution down. So what is the power input that would be required, and everything, how they work that, and how I can replicate the same in laboratory to make sure that my molecule is stable across different studies that they do. So, well, with that, I would say that you would require a basic understanding about the biological functions, the pharmacological applications of molecules, the molecular structures. With chemistry, I'm sure you need to know about more organic, inorganic, and analytical chemistry. And again, biophysics, molecular interactions, spectroscopy, and of course, mathematics, which can never be negated. So all these, the engineering principles and everything is very much important. And I'm sure that you should all have, I wouldn't say a deeper understanding, but at least a working knowledge of all these aspects so that you can use these in your day-to-day life. Right. So collaboration again is the key. So here, well, just like what others have mentioned, so the potential of industry and academia, I won't keep repeating the same thing over and over again. So there's a QR code on the screen. So if you can get into that QR code, you can answer a question that is, and that will help me base about what exactly are people looking for, and in the Q&A, it would help me answering their questions in a more precise way. So open your cameras, or you could go to menti.com. There's the code over there. You can type that in, and you will be posed with a question. And if you can answer those questions, I'll get a feedback about what exactly is that you're looking for, and what is the understanding that you have regarding this, and it will be very helpful. So I'll go to the next slide. Well, the roles for biochemists in academia. So just that would be, you could be a lecturer, then your career progression could include an assistant professor, an associate professor, and a full-time professor if you are really passionate about. So the roles and duties are pretty much what your gurus carry out on a day-to-day basis: lecturing, advising students, course designs, assessments, attending planning meetings, research projects, practical presenting the research, and of course, all the administration tasks that come across with that. Well, the role is pretty much similar in a research setup as well. So know that the roles are pretty much laid out as a basic, but the duties that you perform, you should start inculcating them on a very earlier stage that you can reach towards the end. So you need to have you need to perform experiments, perform, analyze, and report them. You would get a chance to write scientific articles, collaborate with industries and academia, and you would love to attend academic conferences, talk about your research. You would do a field work, train people, and write research proposals for funding, peer review other journals, and work with other scientists so that collaboratively that can be a great effort. In companies or in industries, it's pretty much very similar, but the hierarchy depends on your experience. So I would say in when I joined Orozymes, so we were 16 or 17 people, and we had to hire more people on board to make more. So I did interview a lot of people. I will be able to help you guys with any other interview. What exactly is we look for a candidate in an industry, and what are the skills that we would like, and how do we evaluate those skills? So I'll be happy enough to answer all those in your Q&A sessions. So I'd rather not waste time on the generic slides. Of course, when you ask what are the common themes that come across in both of these in an academic setup and industry, of course, the leadership, the teamwork, communication skills, problem solving, and strong work ethics. These are the pillars in which encompass both academia and life and industrial sciences. So all these are very common. So what's different then? So academic research, I would say, is more conceptual. So you would take a concept, you would solve a concept, you form hypotheses, you move on to the next concept, similar and such. But in professional, it's more of an applied. So you take a problem, you solve a problem, you document the problem, you make a SOP, and you make sure that everyone follows the same thing. You make sure that you have plugged enough leaks everywhere so that anyone with basic understanding should be able to follow those and replicate the results that you got on any given day. Academic research is more of a theoretically focused. So whatever the textbook knowledge or whatever that you have, so you try to develop more on that. So, but in an industry, it's more of an organizational focus. What is the interest of your organization? How exactly they want your molecule to go up in the ladder, and what exactly is that they're thinking for? And that has a lot of business development, a lot of people's mind in there. What is that company wants to achieve? So that is different. So academic research, whatever the findings that you do is made public so that everyone else knows about what you're doing, so that more knowledge pours in, more contributions to the field that you are working in, and it would become a whole a different subject, and people have more deeper understanding. In professional, it's more private. So as you know that we like to have patencies, we make patencies so that we protect the interest of the molecule that we have worked on. Not only to feed the scientists, to feed the company, but also to have employment and other opportunities to keep going on. And of course, more money to fund our research in the industry. So the results are, in an academic research, is more of an idea and future research. But in a professional research, it's more about taking decisions and setting up strategies for your next ventures. Well, is it a good time to be a biochemist? Is this the golden era? Well, with the current pandemic, so people have realized, or already are in the verge of realizing, that technologies are required very fast, with the lead times within months, weeks, and sometimes even days. So you know that how jointly that many companies have come up with the vaccine in such a short span of time. So how did this happen? So it's all about collaboration. It's all about the prior knowledge, all about fast tracking the research programs that were already there in the industry, bringing the right scientists, bringing the right minds. So Deloitte Insights is one where you can, I think it's free and everyone can get the data out from Deloitte Insights. So they do very good market research, and they provide a comprehensive report about what's happening in the world and why did the industry suddenly modify in such. And so they have excellent. So I would recommend people please go have a look at that. It would certainly help. So that's the CBRE is a market intelligence which recorded an 88% jump in biotech R&D jobs between 2001 and 18. Within 18 years, there's an 88% of jump in the hiring process. So there's a 42% increase to about 1.7 million jobs across life science industries, in manufacturing, in testing, in various sectors across life sciences. So you can see the graph is that was from 2001 to 18, and I'm pretty sure it will still go up, and the next reports will still see higher increase in people getting hired in life sciences. So I know the pandemic has caused a huge uproar and has left a lot of people very devastated and stuff. But for all, if you can see a silver lining in that, so it has shown that we can do things very differently, and we can do things fast. And biochemists out of all have very central role from discovery, manufacturing, preclinical, clinical, and the testing of this of any entities. So the diversity of roles, the word cloud pretty much summarizes most of the stuff that most of us have already talked about. So the venues in industry, the upcoming venues are more of biologics and monoclonal antibodies. Lots of Indian companies and other companies are investing in India, and they know that the Indian manufacturing sector is very strong and is growing very vast and fast. So they want all the companies want to invest in manufacturing hub as India and China. Of course, India is growing up very fast and has to keep up with the global demand. So vaccines and immunotherapy, we know that the Serum Institute, the contributions that they have made during this vaccine, in this pandemic, about how quickly they were able to scale up their research activities, how quickly they were able to manufacture and supply vaccines all over the world. So probiotics and enzymes are also of very good upcoming venues where people would like to, I think people would find very much easy to get into. Drug discovery, clinical testing, bioinformatics and data management, agricultural sciences and crop protection, and biomedical devices. These are what I would say are the upcoming places where people would find roles in R&D, in analytical and manufacturing quality. And let me remind you, no job is small. So no job across R&D, analytical, manufacturing or quality will be small. But it's all about how you can apply your current knowledge or your current experiences into doing that, and how you can put across your ideas there to make the process more better, or more manufacturing more better, or quality more better. So also I would just like to touch base about the non-R&D venues. So there are technical services and providing scientific consultation, which is of very, very importance. So that's where most of us scientists get ideas from. So we meet a lot of technical services and sales people. So they give us ideas about their new product, how it can help, what it can do. And we will have a call to think about how I can use those products in my research or in my line, and see how I can make things better. So product managers, biotech sales representatives, of course, they are very much key to letting us know what's there in the market and how accessible it is for us. Field application scientists, business development, of course. So if you are very much key and interested in the business aspect of life sciences, so that would be a very nice venue for you people to explore. Manufacture quality assurance and quality control is something that we would like to invest more people working across in, and I'm sure biochemists have a lot of training and a lot of trained eye to look into the quality aspects of molecule that hits the market. So technology transfer, commercializing the technologies that is developed in the public sector to a private sector is one huge thing. So there are lots of CSIR laboratories, CSIR initiatives, and there is a science education board that that is coming up with new projects, and which wants to commercialize whatever molecules that have been, or whatever technologies that have been developed in IITs, IIMs, ISERs, and all other industries. So you need someone who can look into a technology and can help in scaling them up. So that is when the money starts flowing into the academics as well. So science copywriting, science journalism, bringing a marketing idea. So if people who are very good artists, who have an idea about advertising, who have an idea about making good posters and eye-catching, any eye-catching ideas that they can bring across. So I'm pretty sure they would really enjoy doing that. Patent lawyers and attorneys and examiners are also very much required in public, private, both sectors. I'm sure people would love to look into that in a detailed sense. So I'll just skip across and I'll give you a couple of tools that I used and I regularly use, and people should regularly use to get in more information across. And I'm sure social media, you have LinkedIn, you have Facebook groups, Twitter, and ResearchGate, where you can talk to people, know about how they are doing, and formulate your own things how you want to do. So societies and journals are a very good venue for you to follow and look into what's the current research trends and what people in the societies or people in the journals would like to communicate, newer ideas have, and of course job portals. So I would say if you want to look into a job, or if you think that, right, I want to become a business intelligence expert in life sciences, so I would suggest go to the job portal, look into feed in all the data that you feel is relevant, and look into the roles, look into the job descriptions, and what is the minimum requirement, or what is the requirement they have advertised for. Go back to your CV, go back to your knowledge, think about, can you tick all those boxes that what they have asked for, or if not, what are the things that you lack in them, and start preparing towards that. If you can, if you want to go to an interview, or if you want to know more about the position, talk to people and learn more about it. So finally, I would like to thank you all for being here and supporting this cause. And I would like to acknowledge Dr. Siddesha and the organizing committee and JSS-EHR for giving a platform to let me talk here. Professor Dayananda, my PhD mentor, whom I really adore and have great respects for, and faculties of Department of Biochemistry, who gave me a strong platform, a strong basics about how things work. I'm very indebted to them. So UGC, CSIR, DBT, MHRD, and British Council, which funded my studies so far. Almac Group, which puts bread and butter on my table now. My mentors, peers, and family, and other speakers. And keep calm and signs on. So finally, there is one more QR code. So if you could scan and let me know what were your views, so it would be very helpful for me to further talk about these topics elsewhere in webinars, and formulate myself on what exactly I need to talk about. So thank you. I'm open for questions. I'll be here for as long as it needs, and answer any questions that you people have want to put across or have in mind. Please don't hesitate. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Sunil, for a wonderful talk. And you actually started with your own experience, and then you connected it to like a job opportunities, and also in the importance of biochemistry. And whatever mentioned about the biochemistry, the same thing, it can hold good for biotechnology, microbiology, and other life sciences subjects, because we fit in everywhere. See, vaccine, when he was talking about like the now the in the market during this current trend, there are different R&Ds companies working on different products. So you can, he listed out all those in the opportunities. Life science students fit in almost everywhere, but we need to have some understanding of basics and fundamentals of biology.
No, that is absolutely,
yes.
That is absolutely
yes.
right, Dr. Siddesh. When even today I use the same techniques that whatever I learned in Department of Studies in Biochemistry in Mysore. So the enzyme assays don't change. So the way of running and analyzing an protein on a gel, on a band, or anything, those all don't change. So they're pretty much qualitative and quantitative. So basics are very, very important.
Yes, exactly. And the concept, see, if you're good at concept, if you're good at observation, if you have, like, you come up with idea, using technology, definitely, yes, it helps. But the first thing, you need to know what is research or what is in terms of idea. So for that reason, if you're good at basics, if you're good at fundamentals, definitely you can perish and cherish later.
That is true.
Thank you so much for the wonderful talk, Sunil.
Thank you.
Dr. Sunil. And I request Raghuram to take one or two questions now. And definitely we will, you can pose questions here at Q&A so that Dr. Sunil will answer and he will get back. And you can also use the menti.com to answer also. Okay.
Yeah.
So please.
Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. Sunil, in fact, to turn on the quiz. Actually, the last feedback which you have sent, The quiz has not yet been turned on
Oh, is it?
Mentimeter. Yeah.
Sorry.
I have
Let
shared
me
the
have a
link
look.
as well to the panel, to all the attendees.
Oh, that would
If
be great.
some might not be in a position to
Oh no,
share.
I'm getting it already. So
You're getting it, but
yes,
I'm
I'm
okay. The
I
feedback.
can.
Okay, good. And in fact, to talk about the questions, most of the questions which were popping up while your talk was going on, most were addressed in continuum with your talk. And it was great that the collaborative effect. In fact, Dr. Giridhar was there while you were giving the talk, and he was attending all the questions. And it is so kind of all the panelists, in fact, to collaborate in that particular way. That has a great meaning to tell. In fact, to the attendees, that in collaboration, there are a lot of people who are ready to help you out to attain your goals. And we have had a wonderful day with wonderful panelists. I think that in fact makes our job very
And
simple.
also, I forgot to mention, actually, Dr. Sunil also gave wonderful information on the last slide. That not last slide, before that, like
Avenues.
about the how to get connected, networking, and how to find jobs. So we people in this especially present world, networking is important. Without networking, without communication, nothing works. So please make sure you all have LinkedIn profile, and we can use Facebook for our career also, but we don't do that. We more do it for personal things. So definitely the LinkedIn will be the best, and then please connect to the other web portals which give you actually, it gives you all the opportunities, in terms of fellowships or scholarships or PhD positions or any other position, postdoc, or even job opportunities. So that's a great um, information that Dr. Sunil shared with our attendees. Thank you for that, Sunil. And yes, Dr. Raghuram mentioned, it was great having such wonderful um, panelists today. Everybody is interested to help or to share their knowledge with the attendees. And I saw even Purnima, actually, it was too late. It was too late actually for her. But she stayed and she answered questions. And I thank all of all the invited speakers, Dr. Purnima Singh, Alex Thomas, Vivek Mishra, Dr. Giridhar Shivlingaya, and Dr. Sunil for their time and their share of their knowledge and for caring for students. So it is a really great, event, especially being a career planning event for students. I hope all the attendees, participants appreciate this and take messages with you. There are so many takeaways from this webinar. I hope you all get benefited, and so that you can plan, prepare, and prosper in life sciences. And I thank all of you. And one more thing, we are going to, the day 2 sessions will begin tomorrow at 9 a.m. Please join us tomorrow at 9 a.m. For another 7 sessions. So overall, totally, the 12 sessions will give you idea, not only biochemistry, for all the life science subjects and your career prospects. And I personally thank all the dignitaries, chief guests, and our head, Dr. K. Ravisha sir, and Shalapa sir, Dr. Balasubramaniam sir, and everyone, and even our colleagues, Dr. J.R. Kumar, course coordinator of biochemistry, and also Dr. Raghuram Achar, who has been a strength to our team. And I thank everyone, and you can type in questions and we'll get back to you. And please join us tomorrow at 9 a.m. And is there anything to announce, please, Dr. Raghuram? And you will get the feedback tomorrow at 1:30 after valedictory function, so that you can fill out. And once you fill, you will receive the certificates. So thank you so much. Please, Raghuram, you can conclude for today, but we can start again tomorrow morning.
Yeah. With the permission of the chair, I would request if there is something to be announced.
Ravisha sir.
I don't think I have anything to announce now. And a hungry man is an angry man. And holding 200 plus audience till even after 2 p.m. is not an easy job. That speaks of the wonderful caliber of our resource persons. I thank one and all for their very caring and sharing attitude for students for the cause of life sciences. Thank you one and all. Thanks for the organizing committee. Thank you, Dr. Kumar, Dr. Raghuramachar, Dr. Siddesh, who have taken a lot of initiative. I would like to just stop saying anything beyond this. I request you to go ahead with the concluding remarks.
Yes. Dr. J.R. Kumar.
Thank you, sir. So, Dr. Raghuram, you can conclude now, for today.
I thought Dr. J.R. Kumar sir would be responding to Dr. Sunil because.
Okay. Yeah. I think all the speakers and the panel speakers, they give very good importance of how exactly we need to prepare before going for a higher studies and research, then go for a company. Especially Sunil, he gave a very good insights how exactly we need to choose for our career and how exactly we need to design our what you call even study. After that, we need to what work we need to choose. So what we need to have a strong background with our subject. So then only we can proceed further for your studies, then for your job. So that's what Sunil gave a very good insights, and all the panel other speakers also give very good insights about how exactly students choose and you need to prepare for your for future. So I think today give a very good talk. All the speakers give a very good talk. So
okay, sir.
Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. With that note, and as rightly mentioned by our head, that the hungry man is the angry man. Let's end this session today. And with that note, as already mentioned, let's catch up tomorrow at 9 a.m. And as planned, it will be going according to the schedule. Thank you, one and all. Have a good day. Stay safe. Take care.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you all. See you tomorrow at
Thank you all.
Thank you.